Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
overseas batter waits as down the pitch she comes to Moriarty, and he's lofted that wonderfully for 4 down the ground. One bounce and crunched into the side screen down below us. What a way to get off the mark. Come down the track and hammer Moriarty back down the pitch. Moriarty in. Down the pitch comes Kelly, smacks him down the ground. He's going to get at least 4. In fact, he's going to get a massive 6. Over the side screen, right in front of us. And he got right to the pitch of the ball, Kelly. And he's had 2 scoring shots, has the New Zealander. One was a 4 down the ground, 1 bounce.
With 2 slips in place, White around the wicket, back of a length, punched beautifully on the back foot. That's 4 runs. Fantastic back foot shot there from Kelly, who's shown real attacking intent since arriving at the crease. Picked his gap through the offside, placed it wonderfully. He moves on to 17 at the end of the 35th over. Leicestershire.
Best tosses this up, and that's whacked down the ground by Kelly. That's a wonderful shot. And it's gone away for 4 runs through extra cover. Kelly's been really aggressive today. It's not been his normal style. He's more small. Perhaps with a mullet himself there. Comes in, bowls. That's driven handsomely down the ground. That's 4 runs for Kelly. Lovely start to the day. Lifted his back leg up as he drove through the line of the ball there. And that's a glorious start to the day. It's a 4-run deficit now for Leicestershire.
In comes White, and that's a lovely shot from Kelly. Couple of steps down the track, hoiks it out towards cow corner. 1 bounce 4. Excellent hit. Having just maybe lined up Jack White in the previous over, he played out a maiden. It wasn't
on the Bennett end, bowling it to Kelly, who driven that firmly, and 4. Lovely shot. Got it wide of the tumbling Dan Moriarty out towards the marquee. Just a little bit too much width from Revison and bowling. Kelly drives firmly. Good shot between Adam Lyth at short extra cover and Jack White at mid-off, and 4 runs is the result. Kelly on 48, 258 for 3. I think Yorkshire ideally would have felt, if they bowled well this morning, they bowled dry, as I was suggesting that they wanted to do. Avis is going to bowl this short, let's see. No. He bowls it just back of length, and it's punched away square on the offside, where he didn't have a fielder for 4.
Just straying in terms of the line there and punished. That is what Kelly's innings has...
yeah, nicely played. Revis this time goes short and is pulled through mid-wicket for 4. So I think that it was maybe a comment on the pace of the pitch, because if Matthew Revis lets one go, then for him to be pulled in front of square would suggest that it's every bit as slow as well.
Comes White. That's a shot aerially played, but it sounded really good off the bat. I was kind of looking towards the boundary already, and it just held up, didn't it? Didn't quite get his timing right there, Kelly. Chipped it just out of the reach of mid-on and away for 4. So another look at this. Just off the toe end of the bat. Start of a new over from Jack White, round the wicket. In, and that's been driven aerially, but much more powerfully this time, straight back over the bowler's head for 4. It's a beautiful shot from Nick Kelly. Somehow left-handers just seem to make these types of shots look so much more elegant.
Getting the crowd involved.
White is in. Oh, what a shot that is from Kelly. Just hammers it across the line. 1 bounce out to the cow corner boundary. The T20 shot, really. Twagger.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That was a T20 shot. I think that was just a sign that there'd been quite a few dots in a row there, and Yorkshire were building a bit of pressure, and that there was a fear that they were going to get on top of Leicestershire a bit. And so that was a premeditated shot, wasn't it? It wasn't as if he caught it on the half volley and could see it coming. Got it on the up, but wonderful shot and low risk, really. There's nobody out there. And he waits. 89 not out as Ali's into him. Full ball, and that's going to be 93 not out, because he's glided that beautifully off his ankles. 3 mid-wicket for 4. just overpitched by Hassan Ali, who's equal to it, and that is where you see the benefits of a new ball for a batsman. If you get that timed, it thunders in now. The Pakistan international bowls edge and through the gap for 4. Kelly puts his head to the sky because he knows how close he was there. He got Ali got him poking at one, and he has got away. It just flew between the wicketkeeper and first slip. And he is a luck. 97 for Kelly then. He is 1 shot away. And he glides that away off his pads. It's racing away for 4. And Nick Kelly gets his first Leicestershire 100 plus century. His first for the Foxes. And Leicestershire 360 for 5. They I'll start in 10 seconds, gents. Well, hello there, and welcome to live ball-by-ball coverage of Leicestershire against Yorkshire in the County Championship. We are live here at Uptonsteel, Grace Road, for what could be a historic day for Leicestershire. They need 8 wickets to get their first Division 1 win since 2003. And their first win over Yorkshire here at Grace Road for 24 years. The Yorkshire start the day 32 for 2. They trail by 236. Jonathan Doidge is with me from BBC Radio Leeds. I'm Adam Whitty from Radio Leicester. And Jonathan, I guess this a test of Yorkshire's metal and grit and steel today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, they've got enough players in this side on this pitch to bat all day. On the face of it, they absolutely have. But can they? In terms of getting out of these sort of situations, it's been a struggle. In recent times, they've been faced with 1 or 2 uphill tasks and not managed to come up with the goods. And they saw a team last week at Scarborough who were able to get out of a difficult situation. So they should take something from that and apply it.
Josh Davey to bowl the first ball of the day. It's a straight one. His lines strayed a bit, Davey, but he got 2 wickets last night, 2 vital wickets to put Yorkshire under a huge amount of pressure. No run ball hit to mid-wicket.
I had a chat briefly with Sam Whiteman on the way out of the ground last night. He was obviously out there in the middle. I said, what do you think? And he said, well, it's just a little bit on the low side. I think players in front of the wicket will, in terms of catching, will come into play at least as much as those behind. So that's a comment on the pace of the pitch, but it wouldn't say there's any evils in it.
Davey moving in towards us from the Bennett end. He's up to the wicket, bowls outside off stump left alone. Yeah, I was talking to Rahan Ahmed said it was quite a difficult pitch to bat on. That basically you just waited for the bad ball and then you had to really go after it.
Yeah. His other comment, Sam, was we'll have to work hard. We'll see how well we can play spin.
Yeah.
And that's obviously going to be key today, you'd have thought.
Yeah, let's have Rahan Ahmed and Ajaz Patel in their team. It's pace to start us off. Davey bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Wharton. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and again that's a tempting line, but left alone by Wharton, who's got that baggy t-shirt, or baggy long-sleeve shirt actually, rolled up, tucked into his trousers.
We've obviously got the benefit of Jonathan Tattersall with us this morning to help us out on the commentary, which is great news. And Tats, will be the first to say it on a morning like this. I suppose you just got to go in and take it ball by ball, and it's about discipline, isn't it, with the bat? And it's about discipline with the ball.
Davey in bowls for defensive stroke from Wharton. Yeah, Rahan Ahmed said we need to be boring today. That was his exact phrase.
It's so hard as a batter, and this is just whatever measure you put on cricket. If you're not scoring runs, you want to score a run. We've all, whether you're playing in the local park with your brother, son, whoever, your mates, or you're playing in a professional game of cricket, we're only human, and there aren't that many people who go long periods of time without sticking something on the board. There's just a will to play a shot.
As Wharton 9 not out. Waits, Davey in, bowls straight a line, and it's whipped through the onside, and he's going to race away to the straight mid-wicket boundary, and they will come back for 2 in the end. In fact, they've come back for 3 there, haven't they? So Yorkshire off the mark on day 3. They moved to 35 for 2. The deficit's still 233. Yeah, and it's just really hard to block out for. You can't block out for 2 days, can you?
No, you can't. No, you definitely can't do that. That would be, miracle stuff, wouldn't it? So it's a matter of runs will help. They reduce the deficit, and if you get far enough on, then they might bring other things into play. Final
ball of the first over of the day. Davey's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Whiteman. In he comes, bowls and driven, flashed at cover. Sorry, point rather, and it's saved there by Joey Everson. And there is no run. End of the over. 36 for 2 is the score. Wharton 12, Whiteman 9. The deficit 2-3-2.
So that's a pretty full delivery, and as a batter, I think that's probably the most comfortable you're going to feel on this pitch, because it's right up there, and you're taking the pace of the pitch out to a large extent. If he drops that back a little bit further, that's when you're waiting that bit longer, and you might get underneath it. As we saw yesterday, and as I observed when Rehan was batting, there were a few occasions where the ball was not a million miles from hand of a fielder in front of the bat, and eventually, he was caught by Sam Whiteman with one of those types of deliveries. If you're out there batting and you just happen to get it wrong early and you knock, you could go the same way. He'd got a ton on the board and more before that happened. So we have Ben Green at this pavilion end, bowling to Whiteman again. That's a full length delivery, forward defensive push. Yeah, you pick up the runs while you can when you're out there. Obviously, you take it as deep as you can. You want the bowlers to tire more. That's going to make it harder for them. The ball, it's only 17 overs old at the moment, but the longer you can take it, then the older that gets as well. All sorts of different facets. That's why we love cricket. There's so much going on. As Whiteman plays it to mid-off, there's no run.
It's the line and length from Green, full, to try and tempt a shot.
Yeah, he's got 3 slips waiting for an opportunity. They look as if they are fairly tight in terms of gaps between them, and probably a little bit closer than they might ordinarily be. To Ben Green, who's round the wicket. Whiteman, there's a thud into the thigh pad, maybe pad flap, and he goes away back out of square leg, stifled appeal, and Ben Debenham indicates that was a leg bye.
It's going down the leg side, I think, that one.
So it's quite a muggy sort of morning, isn't it? Conditions-wise, I mean, all the forecasts are that the longer the day goes on, the hotter this is going to get.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, apologies, I had to put the shorts on Adam, because I thought it could be greenhouse effect in this box up on top of the stand. Here's Green over the wicket. Wharton gets across and covers it.
Never seen a set of pastier legs in my life.
They are, aren't they? They really are. They've not seen the light of day since I went to Australia for a couple of test matches in December.
The same colour as my trainers. Yeah, we'll have Johnny Tattersall with us in a moment. He's going to be helping us out on commentary for the first session.
Green pushes off, makes his way in and bowls now, and Wharton gets one wide of off stump that doesn't bounce that much through to the gloves of Cox. No run. A smattering of spectators in. You'd have thought, given Leicestershire's position and the fact that they've not won a First Division game since the Second World War. I joke, but it's been a while, hasn't it? That there might have been a fair old contingent in today to cheer them on, as Wharton flicks one off his legs through mid-wicket, and Rehan is out there to pull that in a few yards short of the mid-wicket boundary. 2 runs. 39 for 2, Wharton on 14, Whiteman on 9. This third wicket partnership so far worth 27.
Yeah, 2003 was the last time that they won a Division 1 game. It was quite interesting walking in, just having a chat with a few of the fans. I was there as the sort of gates open this morning. And I spoke about it last night, didn't I? There's that sort of football fan energy, which is you're 3-0 up with 60 minutes to go, and yet you still say, I feel like we need one more before I'm truly comfortable. There is something about Leicestershire that just makes you a tad nervous.
I think all spectators of all clubs are the same, aren't they? I'll give you more detail on that in a sec.
Davey, past the umpire, continuing from the Bennett end. It's a straight ball first up. Whiteman comes forward, no run.
I kind of knew what I was letting myself in for when I put this. I just took a photograph last night as they were walking off, put it up on X.
Yeah.
You know, saying, and some other social media saying basically Yorkshire are in trouble. Yorkshire supporters coming to support the team tomorrow, and you can imagine the sort of responses I got.
Yeah, I can imagine there's plenty of grumpy Yorkshire folk out there. Davies bowling right arm round the wicket to Whiteman. In he comes, bowls. Oh, and that's caught, is it? Behind the stumps? Yes, it is. Wonderful catch. A thin inside edge from Whiteman. Davey getting a bit of movement into the left-hander, and Cox with a superb take, diving to his right-hand side, one-handed catch at full stretch, and that is the early breakthrough Leicestershire desperately needed. It's a huge wicket. Whiteman has to depart for 9, and Yorkshire 39 for 3. They still trail by 229.
Yeah, excellent catch, wasn't it? Didn't manage to see the full replay there, so was it just in on the angle with the arm, or was there a little bit?
I think
of
there was maybe a bit of movement off the seam. Yeah, the replay was a tad stuttery, but I think it was in off the seam.
But yeah, great start for Leicestershire, just what they wanted. Another nail in the Tykes coffin. At this moment in time, still 229 runs behind, and now just the 7 wickets left to try and do something about that. Matthew Revis makes his way out at number 5.
It's such a huge test now for Yorkshire, isn't it? But you wondered how it would go, because of course Whiteman and Wharton are such good batters. You could see them going for a while, blocking, putting pressure back on Leicestershire, but snaffling that early wicket has helped them massively. Again, you just sort of got the sense, maybe we'll get to see another replay, but you just get the sense again Yorkshire haven't quite played down the right lines in this game. They just haven't quite got the measure of the pitch. Another step for Leicestershire, just 7 wickets to win now. 229 the margin. And Revis the new man. 77 on his back, tall, broad-shouldered. He scrapes his spikes on the turf to form his guard. Has a look round. He's got 3 slips. There's a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg as Davies in, bowls a straight full delivery, which is driven at by Revis. Dug out somewhat as well. To Ahmed at cover, there is no run.
Yeah, Johnny will talk to you about what it's like trying to take a catch like that off a seam bowler, but yeah, it wouldn't be that easy, would it? Coming in from that angle, you've got to dive away to your right, you've got the batter's body.
Presumably your body weight's going to the left as well, isn't it, already?
It's one thing I've never done, I don't think, in any cricket match in all my life, is keep wicket.
Davey thunders in now, bowls, and back goes Revis and glances this to mid-wicket. There is no run. Hands on heads around the Leicestershire camp. There's a lot of energy out there in the field. I was the same actually. I was talking about this with Nikesh earlier, like yesterday, because he used to keep wicket. I don't think I've even put a pair of wicket-keeping gloves on in my life.
I think I managed that, but a bit sweaty. I just thought, no, I'd rather bowl, thanks. Not sure I want to wear those inners that everybody else in the team's worn first.
I was always a bowler, so I've never done it. Too inflexible as well, I think. Josh Davey in for the penultimate ball of the over, and it's a bit of shape away from the right-handed Revis. And Cox behind the stumps gathers in. 39 for 3 the score. And delighted to say that a man who's knows plenty about both teams, Johnny Tattersall, is with us. Johnny, hello.
Good to be here.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's an outstanding catch from Ben Cox. Yeah, he's probably one of the best I've seen take one-handers. He's done it numerous times this year, but on the inside edge as well. Yeah, I can't tell you how difficult that is with the angle.
That's Davey in bowls, and that is taken by first slip in the end, or sort of spilt by first slip. Rishi Patel, that moved so much after it went past the wicket. In fact, a wide's been signalled. It was that It was that wayward. Davy's not happy. I mean, you can see on the stream where Cox is. He's off the cut strip behind it. I don't know whether there was a lot of movement after the after it went past the batsman. So hearing a lot of chat in the Test match, Johnny, actually, about how much the ball moves in England after it's gone past the batsman compared to other places. 3 slips, hands on knees as Davy comes in to bowl the final ball of the over, and there's a thick inside hedge onto pad and it dribbles away into the offside. No run and a successful over for Leicestershire. Davy's got 3 for 15 from his 9 overs, and Yorkshire in trouble. 41 for 3 still. 227 they trail by.
Yeah, I was just going to say on that point, I think the oval as well is one of the grounds that does seem to wobble a lot after the bat. It's strange how different grounds wobble different amounts, and especially like different types of bowlers as well. Josh Davey can, when you keep to him in the morning, or obviously in the matches like that, he gets the ball to stand up off the seam and it comes up bolt upright, and then it just starts going each and every way, and it can be difficult like that. Obviously it was a bit wide to start with, probably a little bit of swing, and then just kept going, and yeah, it's not what you're looking for, is it, as a first slip to be? You prefer it to come off the edge and it be a catch rather than it come straight to your first slip. I think it's been a tough test. There's been a lot made in the media about James Ruin's Test debut, I think.
Green in bowls, forward comes Revis for his 4th ball and defends, no run. Yeah, it looked really difficult conditions for him, actually.
Yeah, and I think it is difficult, especially when you've got bowlers coming in and they're bowling 85, 90 miles an hour, and it's sometimes as well when you're stood further back, obviously the ball's got further to travel, you obviously have more time to see it, but you have more time to see the movement as well, and you have more time to almost tense up, so it can be more challenging as well when you stood further back.
Green, right arm over the wicket, bowls outside off stump, left alone. And just on that catch too, if he's bowling round the wicket, even though he's coming in on the angle to the left-hander, presumably your weight is still going left, is it, to try and...
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Obviously, people set up in different positions. Ben's obviously fairly straight behind the stumps, but he'll be expecting the ball to go to his left from the bowlers to try and stand it up to find the outside edge to a left-hander.
That's Green, moves past the umpire now, moving away from us. That's driven at by Revis, who's off the mark, mid-off fields. Davey diving to his left.
Yeah, and then obviously probably on that angle the ball's probably coming straight to you from where it is, but then it nipping back on the inside, and then inside edge as well, having to go the other way. It's very much a reaction catch, but to be able to stick a hand out and claw it in and make it stick is it's fantastic, because that can easily, if you don't quite get your timing right with the dive, you can be a bit too far, or you don't quite get across to it and the ball's gone. So yeah, fantastic catch.
Ben Green in, and that beats Wharton, just nibbling away from a full length away from him. He prodded at it, Wharton, and missed it. And Cox takes it in behind the stumps. And we mentioned it, didn't I? Mentioned it to Jonathan. The standout phrase from my chat with Rahan Ahmed last night was be boring. Stick it on a line and length, be consistent, be relentless. And it's going to probably be hard work with the way that Yorkshire are going to go about this, as Green moves away from us now. Outside off stump, there is no run.
Yeah, I think obviously playing on some of the pitches a little bit earlier, obviously we played on a pitch against Notts, and which had a lot of grass on it, and it's the ball pitch started to dent, and you just sort of found when you bowled a bit straighter the ball didn't tend to do as much, but when you bowled a little bit more in the channel the ball tended to bounce a bit more and almost felt like it was getting a bit of extra bounce. So yeah, it's if you can hold that 4th, 5th stump line, it's a real challenge.
The Leicestershire captain is in, and forward comes Wharton and blocks this. And that is the end of the over. Just one off it in the end. Yorkshire are 42 for 3. They trail by 226. A warm welcome to listeners on BBC Sports Extra 3. It's Adam Whitty and Johnny Tattersall, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper batsman and former Yorkshire wicketkeeper batsman too. With you on commentary on day 3, as Leicestershire look to get the 7 wickets they need to get their first Division 1 win since 2003. They have waited 7 games for it, plus the 23 years. Davey, who's got 3 for 15, will bowl from the Bennett end. Storming in towards us now, looking for his fourth. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and there's a thick inside edge from Revis. And fielded by Everson at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think if you can leave really well on this pitch, I feel like there's obviously not... There's probably some similarities to Scarborough. It's obviously not the same with the bounce. Or the consistency of the bounce. It tends to go a little bit lower here, but as I was saying before, when you bowl a little bit more in that channel, there seems to be a little bit more extra bounce. So being able to leave the ball well and then try and let the bowlers come to you seemed to be a figure of what the boys did really well yesterday with the bat.
Davey, broad-shouldered Scotland international, comes in, bowls off the back foot. That's crunched away. I don't think that's going to go for 4 runs through cover point. Lewis Hill runs back and fields and throws the ball in. Lewis Hill announcing his retirement at the end of the season, at the start of the week. Great chap, Lewis, isn't he?
Yeah, I've obviously not spent a huge amount of time with him. Obviously this back end of last year and then this winter and this year. But yeah, incredible guy, and obviously you could see what it meant to him in his video that he posted on the socials.
Davey in, bowls. Oh, and that's dangled at that, did Revis. That was a bit of a loose shot. Outside off stump, he got tempted at that, tried to whack it through the offside.
Yeah, I think it looked like it just kept a little bit low. And that's just, I think, the dents in the pitch. If you find the back end of one like that, I think it just can shoot down a little bit. Or if you can catch the top of one, it'll just get that little bit of extra bounce. So that's probably obviously what's challenging. Obviously they've tried to put the heavy roller on, and obviously I'm sure it will flatten out, and obviously there's been a lot of sun, but overheads is obviously good for bowling this morning.
Davey past the umpire, bowls, and there's that back foot punch, well fielded by Ahmed at cover. There is no run. That was hit hard by Revis. Yeah, you're right. I woke up this morning, I don't know about you, John, I woke up this morning and it was blue skies, not a cloud in the sky, and I thought we're going to have a lovely day's cricket. It is still very pleasant. It's quite humid out there, but a high white light grey cloud around us. It's very still, so there's not a lot of wind.
Yeah, I think we've found ourselves this season on a lot of the wrong end of the conditions, or we've maybe made a decision on the pitch at the toss and thinking, yeah, it's a definite bowl first, and then the sun's been beaming out all day and it's not done as much as we thought he was going to.
Davey in, wide of the crease, and Revis just leans on that, plays the bat, plays it late off his pads behind square on the leg side. It's fielded by Alex Green at fine leg. So take us into the camp. It's been an interesting time for Leicestershire, hasn't it? With so many injuries, people away, key guys away at the moment. You've got one of your openers who's come in. I know he's been with you for a while, but has signed a short-term deal. Joey Everson's coming on a 2-game deal. It's you were pretty close to asking me to play this week. It's been that bad, hasn't it? But that highlights just how good a performance this has been.
Yeah, and I think full credit to obviously Sheridan Gums coming in. He's been fantastic in the second team, and was there last year as well, and has scored a lot of weight of runs.
Davey in, bowls, and that's left outside off stump. Ahmed came into mid-wicket for the final ball of that over. They were trying to offer him the shot through the covers. Suggested he was probably going to bowl a little bit straighter, but in the end it was outside off stump with a bit of movement away. End of the 21st over of this Yorkshire second innings. 45 for 3 is the score for Yorkshire. Wharton 14, Revis 4. The deficit still 223. Yeah, Sheridan Gums. It's a bit of the innings he's played so far. It's a very enjoyable throwback. Actually, he's very measured, isn't he? Very calm, composed. Green continues from the pavilion end and bowls outside off stump. That died in the pitch again. There, we've seen a little bit of that this morning.
Yeah, I've played a little bit of second team cricket as well with Gumsy, and he comes across as someone who can naturally strike the ball very well, but he's got a really good temperament as well. So yeah, I've seen it obviously at Yorkshire as well. There's people like Will Luxon, Adam Lyth, obviously a classic example of the just natural stroke makers of the ball.
Green in, left outside. It's a good leave that from Revis. You can hear the oohs and ahs from the Leicestershire bowlers, because again that sank in the pitch just off a good length. But Revis watched that go by, probably a foot outside his off stump, and it's jagged back in as well.
Yeah, it was a terrific leave. That's the thing as a batsman, if you can leave those balls alone, obviously knowing that it's going to be quite tight, but if you can get that right, then the bowler's going to feel like he's going to have to come a little bit straighter, and then that's when you can pick up your runs.
Green. Past the umpire, bowls too straight, but hits a mid-wicket. No run.
That's exactly what you're looking for. Just a little bit slow out the pitch and just wasn't able to get it square enough for the field in the leg side. But yeah, that was good batting from Revis. There's a couple of balls there. It's amazing at the longer format of the game. It's just, you know, back and forth between bat and ball and really trying to find a way. Obviously in the T20s you're just going after pretty much nearly everything, aren't you? So yeah, it's great to see the competitive nature over a long format.
Revis bends his knees and leaves one outside off stump.
Yeah, and you don't see that when you see the socials as well. You just see the wickets, and you're thinking, oh, why has he maybe left that one? And you sort of think, well, you've got to go back and look at the 3 balls previous to figure out, has he just been taking the ball away and then he's just managed to get one to run back, and that's the art of the longer format with bat and ball. So yeah, it's definitely my favourite game to play.
Green in, bowls, that's a beauty. And played and missed that by Revis. He came forward to it, but it just went past his outside edge. I suspect there was a bit of movement away from him there.
Yeah, it looked like it did offer away again. Just looking at the replay. Yeah, it just straightened up, didn't it? That's the thing when you've got bowlers that are just quite tall and almost feel like they're angling the ball in. It's difficult to leave the ball just because you feel like you're going to have to play or the ball's going to hit the stumps. And then if you get that nip away.
Green bowls straight and forward comes Revis and blocks this. That is the end of the over. It is a maiden, and Leicestershire have got the early wicket they needed this morning, that of Whiteman, and the deficit's still 223. And how are you, Johnny? So we last saw you. What was it? Was it it was the Yorkshire game in the T20, wasn't it?
Yeah, obviously it was an enjoyable result for me. Unfortunately, that I was off the pitch for pretty much most of the second half, which was disappointing. But yeah, just unfortunately tweaked a hammy chasing a ball out in the first over. I tried to stay out there for a bit longer. I knew we had some cricket coming up, and I knew we were already a bit depleted in bodies. And I was thinking, no, I don't want this to happen. But yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't stay out there. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get through 20 overs, so yeah, I had to come off, unfortunately.
Davey to bowl the 23rd over of the innings. He bowls, and there's a little bit of nibble on that. There's a few strangled appeals from the Leicestershire players, but there's a bit of a smile that I can see on James Wharton's face. That was a very good ball from Davey, who started wonderfully this morning, and that came jagged back in.
Yeah, again, that's really tough. That sort of wide of the crease angle just really forcing you to play. Just playing a little bit towards mid-off there was Wharton, and it's just nipped back through the gate and it's gone over the top of the stumps. Yeah, it's relentless work here from the Foxes.
Davey storms in, bowls wide of the crease, and that's clipped away to mid-wicket. Right, so it's straight to the fielder there. I think that's Joey Everson who fields. Been enjoying seeing the snapback caps that everybody's wearing, the Leicestershire players and staff. There's some good clobber that you've got at the moment, actually. Yeah,
the arrival gears is very nice. The old Fox's caps, the off-pitch stuff is nice. It's nice to have some decent gears to turn up to a game in.
Davey in, bowls outside off stump, and Cox again takes that wonderfully, diving to his right.
It's just nice when everybody's turning up in the same gear as well. It just looks a bit more professional, doesn't it? You feel a bit more part of a team. So
well, me and Jonathan should have matched then, shouldn't we? I should at least be wearing some shorts.
Yeah, it's going to be hot the start of this next week, I believe.
Yeah,
from
I think
what
it's.
I can
I
see.
think it's like 30. I think around here it's early 30s, 31, 32. But I think London down south it's going to be 36, 37. As Davey comes in, bowls, and that is whipped away for 4 runs. Down to deep backward square leg. Davey was too straight there. It was actually down the leg side really, and bit of a freebie for Wharton, just able to clip that off his hips for 4 runs.
Yeah, it just looked like he lost his wrist a little bit there, did Josh, and got far too straight, and yeah, it was really nicely put away from Wharton, and that's what you've got to keep doing when you get those balls. You've got to keep putting them away to the boundary, because when team's on and it's overheads are obviously suiting the bowlers, you're going to be playing a missing this morning with a little bit in the pitch, so when you get those balls to hit to the boundary, you've got to try and make sure you put them away, put a little bit of pressure back onto the bowlers, and then create that partnership.
Davey to bowl the penultimate ball of the over, and he nearly gets a nibble from Wharton. That one's shaping away from him outside off stump. Yes, dangerous times this week for folk like us, Johnny.
Yeah.
You're me being follically challenged as I am, and you being on the pale on the more Celtic side, shall we say?
Yeah, the ginger pale. It's not a great combo, is it really?
Get that factor 50 out.
Absolutely, it'll be factor 50 probably 3 times a day. Or I'll be trying my best to wear some sort of... I mean, I'll have to get the shorts out, so I'll have to cream the legs, but I'll try and keep the old long sleeve t-shirts on so I don't have to put any cream on.
Davey, final ball of the over. In he comes, and outside off stump left alone. Davey's bowling really, really well. And Leicestershire's opening bowlers putting Yorkshire under pressure. 49 for 3 is the score. Yorkshire trail by 219. It's really interesting. I've been fascinated by the way that Leicestershire just seem to have got the measure of the pitch a little bit better. They've bowled better on this surface. They've got more out of it. And it's easy to say this when you've seen Yorkshire bat on it. I just felt that Leicestershire worked out how to bat on that pitch too, which was to go after the bad balls quite aggressively, but then bat with discipline elsewhere. Here's Green outside off stump left alone.
Yeah, it's been an interesting, wasn't it? Obviously Yorkshire 185 all out in that, obviously winning the toss as well and batting, and I believe we were probably going to bat first as well. Obviously it was the pitch is obviously an interesting one, and there's been a little bit of chatter about it, I think.
We've been calling it the mullet, shaved on the sides and long in the middle. Green moves away from us. That's a glorious cover drive. Too full from Green, and Revis has lent into that, and that is a textbook cover drive, and he held the pose too. 50 up for Yorkshire, 53 for 3. Revis onto 8.
Yeah, a lovely shot from Revis, just lent into that beautifully. Nice straight extra cover drive, slightly over pitch from Greeny there, but yeah, it's I think it's looked a lot worse than what it's played, I would say, the pitch.
I agree. Green in bowls outside off stump left alone. I was designed for spin, wasn't it? You've got both teams picking 2 spinners for exactly that reason, and we may well see in this third innings it come into the game a little bit more. But
yeah, and I think it didn't look as if it spun a huge amount the first 2 days, so and I don't mind a pitch almost being prepared like this, as long as it's not extreme spin or extreme seam movement.
Green past the umpire, wide of the crease and too straight, and that's whipped off the pads by Revis. He will come back for 2 and move on to 10. 55 for 3. He's been looking to play the bad ball, has Revis, not just blocking.
Yeah, I think we've obviously a lot of chat in the county game about spin and and spin, and obviously not getting into the game much, and yeah, that's why I don't personally mind a pitch being prepared like this, as long as it's not spinning sideways on day one.
Green in bowls, forward comes Revis and blocks. I love it. It was a pitch, I think, from the conversations I was having, born out of a bit of there's a desire to just be a bit creative of Leicestershire's position in the table, in the sense that to get the best out of the players that you've got. If it's legal, why not try and be a bit creative, as Green is in, and that beats Revis outside off stump. I think we're going to see quite a lot of that today. Players pushing at the ball outside off stump and it just leaving them, but lovely bowling from Green. Leicestershire's top bowler this season. 28 wickets he's got this campaign. End of the over, 55 for 3. Yorkshire. Do get in touch with us, by the way, if you've got any questions for us, any comments. Where are you listening? What are you thinking? Cricket at bbc.co.uk. LEICS cricket. So the first 5 letters of Leicester or Leicestershire cricket, all one word, at bbc.co.uk. Wanted to do a challenge with our listeners as well. 2003. September 2003 was the last time Leicestershire won a Division 1 game against Kent. They got relegated that season as Davey continues. 3 for 22 his figures, and he bowls a straight ball that is clipped forward of square to mid-on for a single. Davey had his hands on his head for that one. If you can name that team, or as many members of it, from 20 years ago that beat Kent. I'm just looking at it. Murley got 6 wickets in the first innings playing for Kent.
Yeah, some bowler picking up 6 wickets in the first innings of a 4-day match.
But there are,
as an off spinner,
I think 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 internationals in the team. As Davies in, forward comes Davey, and forward comes Revis, rather. Davey was bowling and plays it out to cover. But if you can name that team or anybody from it, cricket at bbc.co.uk. Some classic Leicestershire names in there.
Yeah, I definitely remember seeing a few of those on the TV, mainly in the Blast. I remember seeing there's some of those names on as I was watching when I was growing up.
Yeah, there are some vintage T20 early winners there, as Davey comes in, bowls, and that's pushed back to Davey, no run. So we've got an Ashes winner in there. We've got an Australian international in there, West Indian international in there. That's all the clues I think I'll give you for the time being. Three slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as Davey, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Revis, who leaves that alone outside off stump.
Yeah, that was a nice leave from Revis. I think that last ball of the previous over didn't really do much. It was just in that channel that we spoke about, and there was a little bit of carry through to Cox behind the stumps, and he just had a little push at it, and I think that's that line and length. If you go feeling for it, you can quite easily nick off and bring those slips into play. So, as I said before, if you can leave those well, try and get the bowlers to come that bit straighter where there's not as much extra bounce as there is in the channel where all those dents are.
As Davey charges in towards us, he bowls outside off stump, and Revis leaves that. We were enjoying the leg slip yesterday too.
Yeah.
Which obviously got a catch. Everson with a wonderful take, wasn't it? But we were sort of talking about the fact, I'm surprised I haven't seen that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely a position that a few teams use, especially early on. Especially to left-handers with right arm round the wicket. It's such a difficult shot to not play, and you're kind of just sort of drawn into it, and you kind of feel like you're not going to hit that guy, and unfortunately for Adam yesterday, it just went straight to him.
Davey, final ball of the over, and
beauty.
that beats him outside off stump. That's a gorgeous delivery, and Revis with the one-arm teapot there just stands and looks back at Davey and says, "There's nothing I can do about that." Yep, pitched on a 4-stump line probably, and moved away from him, and there were smiles all round from everybody there. End of the over, 56 for 3, 212 the deficit.
Yeah, you can't be too disappointed with that as a batter. That's moved quite a bit off the seam. Obviously, lovely bowling from Josh there. That's exactly where he's going to want to live. If he can 5 or 6 balls in that area, it's going to be really tough for the batters. But yeah, I think Revis will be. He can be pleased with a player miss. You're allowed to as a batter, and he played the line well. Missed it.
Green, 12 overs, none for 27 in bowls outside off stump, left alone. On the leg slip, we were talking about it yesterday. I don't know whether it's from the most sort of basic club cricketer, third 11 club cricketer up to professional. It is that you feel like if it's strayed onto your pads that you will not get out playing that shot clipping round. It's just how we have played cricket, that there is hardly ever a leg slip. You will either get a run or you get a 4 if you get a little feather on it, but fine behind you. As Green comes in, and that's glanced to mid-on, and they scamper through for a quick single, 57 for 3, Walton on to 20. Do you see my point, that it's like you never think you're going to get out that way to that shot? So it's a bit of muscle memory, actually, that you will just play that shot thinking you're safe.
That's it, yeah, it's exactly right. And you back yourself to get more bat on it, to get it wider of the man, or, depending on how fine he is, try and get a little tickle on it. But yeah, it's against your nature to basically just let that hit your body.
As Green is in, bowls forward comes Revis and defends. Big news from the County Championship today. Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson withdrawn from their respective fixtures. Ben Stokes was playing for Durham yesterday, Gus Atkinson for Surrey. And that suggests they will probably be back in the England fold next week. I wonder whether there will be a player from your team playing with them. I thought Rahan played wonderfully yesterday.
Yeah, he was excellent, and that's exactly what he's capable of. And I think that was probably the thing that struck me about that partnership, that they were very positive, and it just upset probably the line and length of the Yorkshire bowlers. They couldn't really settle in and be really consistent, and then obviously as soon as they missed, they were climbing into it, and they were being really positive and putting the ball away to the boundary.
Green in bowls, and that's a little bit wide outside of stump. Cox is standing up to Ben Green, and it hit his pad, sunk in the pitch a bit, and shot out to third slip, where it's fielded by Sheridan Gums. Yeah, it was the perfect mix of, you could tell those were two guys who played a lot of white ball cricket at a high level because of the way that they went after the bad ball, but it also had the perfect discipline of a red ball innings. It was almost like it was made for those two, as Green is in outside off stump, and Cox does well to take that. Yeah,
and that was the thing. They were just proactive. The spin came on, and didn't give the spinners any time to settle. They were straight in and on the aggressive, and it's difficult when you just wanted to try and find your way into a spell, like especially as a spinner, but even as a seamer as well, but especially for spin, if you're trying to find your way into your work and you've got somebody charging down the wicket and smacking you straight back over your head.
Green in and blocked by Revis. Ball that trickles to mid-on.
So you're obviously, as a spinner, you're wanting to come on and try and control the run rate, and if you're going at 5 and over early on, then the captain's probably thinking, well, what we're going to do here, because we can't afford to keep leaking runs.
57 for 3 the score at the end of the 26th over. You are listening to BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Sports Extra 3 for day 3 of Leicestershire against Yorkshire here at Grace Road, as Leicestershire hunt their first win in Division 1 for 23 years. I am going to swap. I thought I was going to swap with you, Jonathan, as Davies in bowls outside.
You are. It's all part of the
I am.
master plan.
Oh, I see. We're doing a shuffle across. Sorry, sorry, I'm doing an on-air production meeting, which is always great, isn't it? I'll be back in a second.
Tats is a young fit lad. He can just about make the yard to his right to sit there. So 57 for 3. James Wharton taps away at the Grace Road ground and waits for Josh Davey. Comes in now. Ooh, now then, there's a big appeal here for LBW. The ball's on its way down to third man, and they're going to come back for 2 leg byes. Any thoughts on whether that was anywhere near? Going down, Johnny, I think.
Yeah, I think looked like it just nipped back down. Josh wasn't too happy. I think it probably looked good from his angle, but from behind the stumps it looked like it was probably just going to do a little bit too much down leg side. But yeah, there's a bit of seam movement out there this morning.
Yeah, something that I don't think many of us probably would have factored in after the way things have gone on the first couple of days. But as you've been saying, that bit of cloud cover, it's got a bit of a muggy feel, hasn't it, this morning? Without going too far on that front, but it just got that bit of a feel about it as Davey makes his way in then over the wicket. And Wharton a little bit late on that. Pushes it into the offside for Ahmed to do the fielding.
Yeah, I was just saying before, we've found ourselves on the wrong side of conditions a lot, and I think obviously it was pretty sunny first day, but I think it probably did a bit more. I think the lads obviously bowled really well, and obviously Yorkshire just weren't quite capable of getting those partnerships flowing in that first innings, and then obviously with heavy rollers come on it, and a couple of heavy rollers on it for the Foxes, and it's just flattened out slightly and allowed us to get a big score on the board.
Yep, here's Davey. Nicely played by Wharton, who gets down low to a full-length delivery wide of off stump. And he's pushed really rather than driven that through cover and managed to get 3. Rehan Ahmed out there to do the fielding. So 23 runs have been added since that 1 wicket that fell this morning so far. Really good catch off an inside edge of Sam Whiteman's bat by Ben Cox. One-handed, diving across to his right. Whiteman gone for 9. Revis on 10. And he is on strike with 2 remaining in this 27th over then. Davey bowls. Revis from the crease punches it to Rehan. No run. Yeah, so when you get things turning, and obviously in 4 days they can turn quite a bit in terms of weather conditions. When you get them in your favour, you've got to be good enough to take these opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that we've probably done this year really well from a Leicestershire point of view, and then we've obviously not got the victories. We've been in matches for a long time, and then we've just ended up falling away, and a lot of that has arguably been against the conditions as well. So it's good to see us get some in the favour and make use of them.
Yep, David to Revis, who plays this one off the back foot. Nicely played as well. Rehan's out chasing, but he's not going to catch this one. Just beats him and bobbles over the rope. So 4 runs to Matthew Revis, takes him to 14, 66 for 3. And Finn Bean makes his way on with a drink for the 2 players. So we're going to have a slight breather. So at this stage, still just about Leicestershire discipline from your point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 4 days, isn't it? It's a long old slog. We've still 5 sessions in an hour to go in this game, so there's plenty of time. So yeah, I don't need to try and force the issue too much. Just got to keep trying to apply the pressure with the ball, trying to find that forward defence as much as possible. I think we've probably struggled to do that often enough this season. We've probably been a little bit too wide, and we've missed our lengths quite a lot. But this game we've been on the money for a lot of the games. So yeah, long may that continue.
Fox is continuing with seam then, with Ben Green, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Wharton. Cox standing up here. Still the 3 slips in place, and there's barely a foot between their feet as they're planted. So very tight slip cordon, not wanting to let anything get through from any opportunities that are created. Obviously going to be some spin at some point this morning, but while you've got the overheads and the runs are not flowing, there's been no reason to change anything so far. But you'd expect that these 2 are getting towards the back end of the spells as that one's dragged down the leg side. James Wharton leaves.
Yeah, nice take from Ben Cox there down the leg side. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when spin comes in. How long we wait for that. I would imagine it'll probably be at one of these ends, obviously, but I would suspect maybe this bottom end. Maybe Alex Green to follow down the hill at the top end, I would imagine.
There's Ben Green and James Wharton with that full face of the blade with his defensive push. James, 50 odd in the first innings, Yorkshire's highest scorer. It's not been easy for him so far in the first half of the campaign in terms of championship runs, and yet when he's been out there, he's looked like he's been in decent nick for long periods. That's wide of off stump and he leaves it. And you know well yourself his capabilities in terms of playing the long game.
Yeah, fantastic player is Warts. Having spent a bit of time with him at Yorkshire, terrific lad. But yeah, I think he's always somebody who looks in good touch. I'm sure it's probably just a mental thing or concentration. I'm sure there's probably been some good balls in there every season as well, and that's the art of batting.
Here's Green again. Wharton gets across and smothers that. Points his bat at Matthew Ravis to say no, we'll stick around. I'm glad you've turned up actually, because apart from the fact that it's just helping out space things out a little bit for me with the throat issue, actually I don't feel like I'm as pasty as normal.
Yeah, I think,
thanks for that.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Happy to be of service. Always here to make people feel better. That's what I'm about.
Spreading some joy. Johnny Tattersall, as that's wide of off stump and Wharton leaves. Well, I mean, I am the product of a ginger father as well, so I am a bit on the fair side. So happy Father's Day. Mine's not with us anymore, but happy Father's Day to all you who are on or have been out there. Yeah, working day for lots of us.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot watching the cricket around the country as well. Looks like there's been some good games taking place in the Championship this weekend.
Yeah, shall we have a look at dip into some scores from elsewhere?
I thought it would be. It's Alex Green that's going to come in on at the top end. And when Captain Ben Green, I think when he's had enough, I would expect to see some sort of spin, unless they feel there's enough in it for seam.
Yeah,
to keep going with that, but we shall see.
Elsewhere down at Taunton, Somerset 49 for 2 in their second innings. They're still 73 behind the 330 that Warwickshire set, with just those 8 wickets remaining. Although it's not a particularly high-scoring looking game, so got a bit of graft to do, but they're not out of it yet. Alex Green from the Bennett end then. Bowling to Ravis, who flicks one away off the hip. That's going to go for 4. Just backward of square leg. Timed it nicely. At the Riverside, Northants put on 450. Durham 353 for 9 in their first innings. So 97 behind, just that 1 wicket remaining. Down at Hove, Hampshire 220 all out in their second innings means that Sussex are now 9 for 1 second time around, needing a further 244 to win that. That's an interesting game bowling up there. There's still plenty of game time left. And he comes again, pushes that one through a little quicker, and Revis just a little bit slow on it, despite the pace of the pitch. Not so far from getting a nick. At Chelmsford, Essex in their second innings are 45 for 3 against the champions Nottinghamshire. So still 228 runs behind. Notts looking favourites there. That's back to the Hampshire-Sussex game now. That would be a really good win for Hampshire at this stage, wouldn't it? If they could pull that off.
Well, it's obviously the table's been taking a little bit of shape over the last few weeks.
Alex Green in again, wide of Revis is off stump and he leaves. Worcestershire 240 for 6, as I had only 49 behind Gloucestershire's 289. Still just in the second innings of that match at New Road. 4 first innings wickets in hand at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan made 358, having bowled Surrey out for 105, and the Prince of Wales Feathers, they're 124 for 2 second time around. So still got a lot of work to do to make Glamorgan bat again. And comes Green wide off stump, and Revis leaves. Lancashire 37 in arrears on Derbyshire at the moment. They're 166 for 8 in their second innings. So looking very tough for the Lankies at Chesterfield. Yorkshire will be there for the annual beating in T20 cricket next weekend.
It's not been a happy hunting ground for Yorkshire as Chesterfield, but that's got to change at some point, Dodgy, I'm sure.
In comes Green. Revis defends. Yeah, I'm starting to think, not in my lifetime, Johnny. Eight successive defeats at Chesterfield. I mean, if there's ever been
it's one of the all-time stats, I think, that, isn't it, really?
Got to be, hasn't it? And then at the St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury, still in the second innings of that match, Kent versus Middlesex. Kent 416, Middlesex 377 for 6 in their first innings. Alex Green, sweatband on his right wrist, comes in and bowls now, just back of length, and Revis up on his toes to play that out square on the offside to complete the over. So barring the loosener, which went for 4 first up, pretty tidy start from Alex Green.
Yeah, it just looks like there's again that bit of extra bounce. Obviously Alex is a tall man, so he's always going to get a little bit of extra bounce. I think it's just the challenge for him is just trying to find that length, just that slightly fuller length. If he can find it and bring the batters forward, then he's going to find that with his height, it's going to be difficult for batters to get forward. Slightly in between length, if it's a bit short, it's easy to sit back and ride and obviously leave if it's not going to be hitting the stump. So yeah, if he can just find that in between length, not on the front foot drive and not on the back foot defence and drive, then he could be in the game.
Ben Green continuing at this pavilion end, and Wharton defends the first delivery. England have been beaten by New Zealand by 253 runs in the second test.
Finished off quickly, hasn't it?
At the Oval, yeah.
All out in an hour.
Just checking on the scorecard. Let's have a look. 6 for Matt Henry, 6 for 29, 3 for 61 Kyle Jamieson, 1 for 48 Will O'Rourke. 209 all out in the second innings this morning. Lots of noughts at the bottom end of the scorecard, as that ball doesn't really bounce, and James Wharton had to be watchful. So what did they resume on this morning? Can you remember? Forget now. Joe was still in, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Overnight.
So
He didn't make many more. 77 LBW Henry.
Well, they were 180 for 5 and then 188 for 6. They were 5 down overnight. So yeah, it's happened. Happened in a hurry.
Yeah, 188 for 7. Joffre was bowled by Matt Henry. 192 for 8. Matthew Fisher was bowled by Matt Henry, without scoring both of them. That was wide of off stump from Ben Green. And Wharton leaves. 192 for 9. Josh Tongue was caught Mitchell bowled Henry without scoring, first ball. And then Jordan Cox, 209 all out, was the last man to go. Bowled Henry 25.
Yeah, it was a disappointing result, but there's been a lot of changes for England, hasn't there?
Yeah, that's just wide of off stump. Cox can't take it cleanly, but first slip round to do so. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I never know if a duck, if you're not out naught, it's not a duck, is it really? Because you're not out. No. But 4 ducks, but the 5 scores on naught in the card. So it doesn't make great reading. Joe Root obviously passing 14,000 test runs during the match and captaining the side for the first time in a while because of events of the other week. So double-edged sword for him, as that delivery was down the leg side, and Cox makes the take.
sure it wouldn't be the result that obviously you never want to lose, and definitely wouldn't be what he would have wanted coming into this week, coming back as captain. But move on. Series in a great spot, all to play for.
Yep, there's Green in and bowling, and solidly defended by James Wharton, end of the over 70 for 3, maybe. Just a sign in that over that Ben Green might be coming to the end of his tether for that spell. Yeah, the next match starts on Thursday. That's just up the road at Trent Bridge. So I should imagine, well, will that put people off buying tickets after the England performance? I shouldn't imagine so.
No.
Most of them will have gone by now already. You'd have thought anyway. Alex Green to continue at the Bennett end of the ground.
It's a nice partnership this from Wharton and Revis 31 at the minute. Just feels like it's just killed the game ever so slightly.
Ooh, there you go.
Commentator's
curse. Revis drives at one and he's caught behind, feathered it through. You could hear the nick from up here in the com box, and he's gone for 18, 70 for 4. Yorkshire and edging closer to defeat, and Leicestershire edging closer to their first Division 1 championship win in decades.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly what I was talking about as Alex Green was walking back to fine leg for that last over. If he could just find that length that's not on that full driving length and it's not on back foot, and that was exactly where it was, and it just seamed away ever so slightly. And yeah, it was I'd say out of character shot for Revis, but he can hit the ball hard, but it just looked like he went a bit hard at that one. He'd been timing the ball really nice so far, and it was just that almost the first shot of anger. And that's the fine margins of championship cricket and what you've spoken about, Doige. You've got to try and eke out these periods for as long as you can, and yeah, partnership of 31 just really getting going, and then yeah, fantastic bowling from Green taken by Cox, and another wicket for the Foxes.
Yep, all about discipline. Very hard not to play the shot if you think it's on. Matthew Revis clearly did. He's been up at 5 for the last couple of games now. Johnny Bairstow dropping down to 6. I haven't had a conversation about that, but and it's only one place change in the batting order. But here is Johnny, and not that a sports commentator would ever come out with cliche, but if ever a team needed a captain, it's not Johnny.
Yeah, I think you're right. Doige, from a Yorkshire perspective, I'm obviously hoping that it doesn't last too long and we can keep rolling through these Yorkshire wickets from a Fox's point of view. But yeah, obviously we know the class that Johnny Bairstow's got. He's done it for many years against many opposition in many a country, so is he going to go again today for his team? We will find out.
Yeah, well, certainly been striking it pretty well so far this season across both formats. See how he goes here. Wide of off stump, first delivery by Alex Green. No run. Did you face much of Alex in the nets?
I've not faced a huge amount. He's obviously been injured a little bit at the start of this season, and yeah, which was really unfortunate. He was literally just chasing a ball that had been smacked out of a net, and unfortunately just rolled his ankle in the drainage down at the bottom here, where we've had a bit of work done early season. It was a bit soft. Yeah, so that was obviously devastating for him, and but yeah, he's come back and he's looking in fine fettle with the ball.
His latest delivery, just wide of off stump again. Johnny Bairstow happy to leave it. Just going back to Matthew Revis, who had a stellar season last year, of course. Started the season with 50 in the very first innings down at Cardiff. Hasn't managed another half century since then. He's made it to 40 1, 2, 3, 4 times. But not managed to extend it. So that kind of progress that he was making last year, which was really good, has been checked to some extent. So in goal, bowled him, top of off stump. Johnny not able to get either forward or back, and turns and looks at the pitch a time or two as he leaves the field of play. But that's a huge wicket in the Leicestershire cause for that first win in a long time in this division. Bairstow gone without scoring, and Yorkshire 70 for 5.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of bowling. It's that length again, but this time it's just nipped back and it's just kept maybe a fraction low, and it's just, I think, looked like Johnny was just expecting a bit more bounce, and obviously why wouldn't you with Alex Green with the height he's coming from. Yeah, and that's probably just, maybe it's caught the start of a dent and literally just not got up as much, but you know that can happen at Grace Road. It can be the bounce can be variable. It's never drastic. I mean, unless you get close to day 4 and a pitch is very tired. We had one last week that shot along the ground a little bit from one of the seamers against Essex, but that wasn't shooting along the ground, but it definitely kept a little bit lower. Yeah, and obviously delight for Alex Green there. 2 in the over.
Yeah, super piece of bowling. So 2 for 4 for Alex Green. He's not yet completed his 3rd over, and George Hill walks out at number 7 with an unenviable task, really, because his team is 198 runs behind. He's going to join James Wharton out there, who's 23 not out. And the longer this game goes on, the stronger the chances of the Foxes picking up winning points are looking. Just to clear up those last couple of knocks, by the way, Matthew Ravis 18 off 41 deliveries, 50 minutes he was out there, and picked up 3 fours in the process. And Johnny Bairstow, well, 3 deliveries for his duck. Still Don Bess, Hassan Ali, Dan Moriarty and Jack White to come for Yorkshire, as Hill pushes forward with an open face, and that ends up at the feet of Joey Evison, who's at gully, no run.
I think it's been, obviously from a Leicestershire point of view, it's just been great to see us stay on top in games. I think we've had a lot this season where we've stayed in matches and then we feel like we might be able to push into a winning position, and then we've not quite done it. The opposition have fought back and then they've taken the ascendancy, and then we've ended up slipping away in games.
Here's Alex Green again, and George pushing at that one, open face. He's going to get 4 through 3rd man. I wouldn't really call it an edge, but it was a bit
almost,
edgy. Yeah.
Thick face, outside half.
Warm applause for Alex Green then, and why not? 2 wickets in the over, one of them Johnny Bairstow without scoring, 2 for 8 from 3 overs, one of which was a maiden. George Hill on 4 then, following that boundary, 74 for 5, and looking like a different pitch to the one that Leicestershire batted on once again. And I know you've not been, at the club long, Johnny, but what's the sense of what this win would mean? It doesn't really matter who it's against, does it? It's just the fact that you're on towards, picking up a first division win in such a long time. Yeah,
I think as well, we've obviously, as Adam alluded to earlier, we've had a few injuries this year, so it's been challenging. But like I said, we've been in games for a lot of matches this season, but we've not been able to get on top, and this is what this team is capable of. And yeah, I did think, obviously when I signed last year and obviously saw the side makeup that was coming, and having played First Division cricket, I did think, that these performances were possible.
Here's Ben Green continuing from this pavilion end, and that's wide of off stump, and Wharton leaves. So he's been on since the start of play, Ben Green. Happy to continue. Hasn't yet picked up a wicket. On for 28 into his 16th over.
Yeah, obviously he's feeling like he can get enough out of this surface with the conditions as they are. And he's bowled a hell of a lot of overs for us this year. It's been incredible.
That one just drifting onto leg stump and clipped away out to long leg by James Wharton, who'll pick up a single. 24 to him, so currently top scoring in both innings for Yorkshire. On the record after his 50 on day one, saying the words to the effect of, well, it's a half century and I might be top scorer, but it's not enough. I need to go on and make bigger scores, to paraphrase. Ben Green coming in then to bowl to George Hill, who defends, turns it into the leg side, has made it into a single there. Rehan Ahmed out to field.
Yeah, that's probably a fair comment from Watts, but you've always got to take the rough with the smooth a little bit as well. You'd rather be scoring 50 than 5. And I think you just got to go back and assess, are you getting out to good balls, or are you making mistakes, and why is that? Is it decision making, is it mental concentration? And I'm sure he'll be working hard on that. And yeah, I think if you can make sure that it's always good balls that are getting you out when you get in, it's not always going to be the case, because cricket is a game of mistakes, isn't it, really? But yeah, then I think you can be more than happy with the work that you're doing, and you know the big scores are going to be around the corner.
Green bowling, and Wharton gets across to cover off stump and leaves. Yeah, a game of mistakes. Well, I suppose that's sport, isn't it? Having done lots of rugby league, and as soon as you mentioned that, it brought back so many different Aussie voices over the years, particularly Australian coaches. You know, we want to play mistake-free footy, and you know, we get from minute 1 to minute 80, make the fewest mistakes. Well, most likely to win the game. And I suppose you can still draw comparisons over a 4-day game of cricket, as Green's in with an open face. Wharton runs that one down through third man, and they're going to come back for a third there. George Hill pretty quick between the wickets.
Yeah, good run in that.
27 now to James Wharton, 79 for 5. Bowling figures wise at this moment in time for Leicestershire. Josh Davey 3 for 30, picked up the first 3 of the innings. 13 overs and 3 maidens from him. And then Alex Green with a really devastating start to his day. 2 for 8 from 3 overs, 1 of which has been a maiden. Just this man, Ben Green, yet to pick up a wicket, but he's bowling it at the cheapest in terms of economy rate, so he's keeping things pretty dry as George Hill defends the final ball of the over. 16 overs, 6 maidens, none for 30 now. So, you know, if you're not picking up wickets, it's a great thing to have, and it's somebody who's keeping things tight at one end, and maybe players are playing shots at the other.
Yeah, 100%, and that's the thing. The scoreboard's not really moving too much from one end. Still trailed by 189, and that's the key stat for Leicestershire, well, and for Yorkshire as well in this game. But as you say, if you're not scoring from one end, it allows the attacking nature for the bowlers at the other end. Also, you get that a little bit with the uphill and downhill here as well at Grace Road. So yeah, it's worked out to be the perfect morning so far for Leicestershire.
Alex Green bowling to James Wharton, who drops that into the offside. Ben Green does the fielding, no run. So this could be a real fillip for Leicestershire as far as the league table's concerned. It's very much looking that way, unless there's an act of God.
It's been a very interesting, I was saying before, it looks like the table's starting to take a bit of shape, and obviously you always keep believing when you're down there, but you just never know what's going to happen, and this week could change it big time.
Yeah, it was Wharton edges, but it's just dropped short of Rehan Ahmed. I think it is at second slip. No, it's not. My apologies. But it's 4 runs.
It was Ajaz Patel.
Oh, it was Ajaz, was it? Yeah.
Yep.
Just short of his, he just took it on the finger end, I think, and just wrung his hand a time or two.
Yeah, it was a nice ball there. It was a really good length. I don't think it moved a huge amount off the seam, but Watts played it really well, actually, just dead batting that, didn't go too hard at it, It was that really good length in between. I was speaking about that. If Alex can find it's going to be challenging for the batters, and he played it really well, and it just didn't quite carry to second slip.
83 for 5, Wharton into the 30s then. Here's Alex Green again, and this time just pushed with an open face out. Backward of point, 1 run. So yeah, Leicestershire coming into this 49 points at the foot of Division 1. Hampshire 4 points ahead, second bottom. The only win they've had this season was against Yorkshire. At Headingley.
It's going to be an interesting run in, isn't it? Especially with 6 games at the back end. There's still a hell of a lot of cricket to play.
Yeah, Green making his way in again. Good delivery, which tails away down the leg side after it's passed George Hill to the offside. Good take again by Cox.
It's just nipped back, I think, on first glance, just watching the replay. It's finding that length. It's really difficult to play at that height. When somebody of that height is getting it on that length, it's so hard to commit forward. Obviously, when you've got someone like Ben Green at the other end, you can really get forward and get into that. But obviously, with Alex's natural length probably being a little bit more on the back of a length side and expecting it to be a little bit more around the mid-drift area, it's really difficult to commit and get forward into the ball.
Here he is again, up there to drive. Invitation accepted by George Hill. Probably didn't time it as well as he might have done. Picked up 1 run. What sort of pace will Alex Green get the ball through at, do you think?
I would suspect probably mid-80s when he's going well. Probably 85. Obviously he's still a young lad, and I think the more he bowls, I think that will probably be more consistent, I imagine, throughout his spells. It's a tough skill being 6 foot, however much.
Yep, this one just wide of off stump and inviting James Wharton to drive again, playing a miss. End of the over, 85 for 5. What will his stock delivery be? 80-ish?
Yeah, probably about 80, 82, 83. But I think it's his height and the bounce that he can get obviously makes it feel like it's probably a bit quicker. I think the more he probably learns about, he's obviously only young, 19, the more he's going to learn about himself and his bowling and work a bit more on his action and working with the coaches. I'm sure he'll pick up a little bit of speed, and then I'm sure he'll be able to find that more consistently as well. Sometimes you can find that when you don't quite get behind the ball, it comes out slightly different paces. But yeah, I think his height's obviously his big advantage, and he can obviously natural tendency is to just nip the ball back in, which is obviously difficult for any batsman, especially right-handers at that pace and that height.
Ajaz Patel then into the attack at the pavilion end. Previously had a couple of matches with Yorkshire, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with back end of the 2019 season, something like that. Left arm round the wicket, first delivery was there or thereabouts. George Hill's got it away back at a square leg, no run. Thoroughly nice chap from what I can remember. I remember going out for a curry with the coaching staff and Ajaz during that little spell he had with Yorkshire when they were down at Edgbaston. You remember a game that was more or less washed out for 4 days, wasn't it? Yeah. I think they played about a day and a half's cricket and 4.
Yeah, I remember it well. I think we literally played about 2 sessions, I think.
Yeah,
and then
that was all it was.
And then it rained all night, and it was absolutely piss wet through. And then I think it rained for the next 2 days as well, and we never got back out.
No.
What a way to finish the season.
Another ball defended there by George Hill, and Ajaz gives that plenty of loop. George defends once again. Yeah, I think did Tom Kohler-Cadmore get a ton? And Tom Lawton
made his debut.
And got 50 in the year. Yeah. And that was about it, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's literally all that happened in the game.
Yeah, once again is Patel, and Hill defends. And I seem to remember Clive Eakin commentating for the Birmingham stations, interviewing Dom Sibley, because I think he just got picked for the tour that winter or something like that.
Yeah.
They're the only sort of three things I can remember, apart from quite a nice curry that night.
Yeah.
And a good chat with this fella who was very polite, I seem to recall, as George Hill rolls that one back along the deck to the bowler, who's had a fair degree of success playing Test match cricket since then.
Yeah, typical Kiwis, as they say, isn't he? Always nice blokes.
Yeah. Throws it right up again there, and George Hill defending into the offside. No run, 85 for 5 at the end of that one. He got through it pretty quick as well, a maiden. Jazz, 32 to James Wharton, 6 to George Hill. 183 runs, still the deficit. So not only is this looking like Leicestershire's first win since, remind me Adam, 2003 in Division 1. They're going to do it in style the way things are going, because an innings victory after all that time. Might be a few sore heads tonight, Johnny.
Well,
if they can close this out today.
Yeah, possibly. Who knows?
Or tomorrow. Alex Green trying to do that right now, bowling to James Wharton. Ooh, good delivery, which kicks off the pitch. And that's hurt James. Right hand glove has come off. Just a little bit of extra unexpected bounce. The ball disappearing into the leg side, into the hands of Rehan Ahmed, and now James Wharton's called for some treatment.
Yeah,
not surprised.
That's it. That's not too serious. It's as I was saying before, it's just that in between length, a little bit of kick, and I think it probably looked like it seamed back in as well, which is, it's just the problems that Alex Green causes when he's obviously feeling in good rhythms, as he is at the minute.
Yeah, physio out there, making sure he's still got a thumb and 4 fingers on that hand. But yeah, when he catches it there, traps it against the bat. It's never a great deal of fun.
Yeah, it looked like it just sort of kicked up a little bit more with a bit of extra pace almost, and I think it's probably the first one that we've seen do that. Normally it's not reared up at pace, it's normally been slow out the pitch, but I wonder whether that's just again found right on the edge of one of those dents and it's just kicked up and hit the seam and reared up a bit, and just caught Wharton on the bottom hand there. So hopefully it's not too serious, just a bit of bruising.
Yeah, certainly moving it fairly gingerly right at this moment in time. So an opportunity for drinks and a chat for the hosts, who are having a great time of things in this match. Remember, Yorkshire of course won the toss and decided to have a bat first. There'll be a few things to consider for them at the other end of this, if it goes the way it's looking. And that inconsistency this season certainly has become an issue, as we welcome Sports Extra 3 listeners along to the Uptonsteel Grace Road. 85 for 5 Yorkshire in their second innings. The story of this morning, well, they resumed on 32 for 2. Sam Whiteman, the first wicket to fall. That was after just 2 overs and 2 balls of this morning's action. Really good catch by Ben Cox, the Leicestershire keeper, off an inside edge from the bowling of Josh Davey. Whiteman making 9. Matthew Revis, well, he and James Wharton took play on more or less another 12 overs, just shy of it by 1 ball. Revis then caught also by Cox, just driving at a ball. Not many opportunities to get your hands through anything this morning, and that's full credit to the Foxes bowlers for that. And he thought there was one there to drive, got a feather of a nick on it through off the bowling of Alex Green, and Cox took the catch. Revis gone for 18, and then Johnny Bairstow lasted just the 3 deliveries before he got one that nips back and bowled him top of off stump by Green as well. So really good over by Alex Green, who's having a good morning of things. 2 for 14 into his 5th over. The other 3 wickets have all gone the way of Josh Davey, who picked up Will Luxton and Adam Lyde last night. I'm not giving you any ball-by-ball commentary at the moment because we have a stoppage in play because James Wharton's just taken a blow on his bottom hand, the right hand, from an Alex Green delivery. Just having a bit of treatment on that. And Johnny Tattersall is alongside. I'm feeling pretty bullish that against the county that not so long ago he was skippering, his current club are looking more or less nailed on at this moment in time to pick up a First Division 1 championship win since 2003. What's your medical assessment of James Wharton's injury from the pictures you can see, JT?
Yeah, unsure, to be honest. It's been a lengthy break. Whether that's a tactical thing from Warts, I don't know. Normally it's it was a long assessment that from the physio. Normally that lengthy if it's not something that might be an issue, so I really hope it isn't. But he's strapped back on and he's ready to go again. I'm still looking at his hand and flexing it, and hopefully it's just a bit of bruising and a sore one, but the adrenaline can do funny things to you and you don't always realise how bad something is, so hopefully it's nothing too serious for Watts.
Back play back underway. Green bowls at him. Again, it doesn't bounce as much as it felt like lengthwise it was going to do, but fortunately for James it was wide of off stump and he left it. But there'll be a bit of throbbing on that hand going on at the moment.
Yeah, I was saying enjoyed the leave and fully faced up to the bowler did Watts. He won't back down from a challenge, and yeah, I'm sure Alex Green will be absolutely relishing this. He's on a high with these 2 wickets he's picked up earlier, so yeah, he'll be wanting to rip through this Yorkshire middle and lower order.
Here is Green again, wide of off stump, and again it doesn't feel like it bounced quite as much as it might have done, but James Wharton had it covered.
Yeah, it's just still that seam movement. I think it's the clouds are just helping. Let's just nip back a bit. It's a lovely leave.
Still 3 to come in this 35th over of the innings.
I think one thing that I probably noticed a little bit from the Leicestershire innings was that especially Nick Kelly was using his feet and moving around the crease.
Yep, here's Green again, wide of off stump this time. There's a bit more bounce about it, and another easy leave.
I mean, I don't know your assessment, Dodgy. You've obviously been up here watching all game. I've been in the physio room having treatment, so I've not seen all of it, but it's just looked like it's probably been... doesn't look as if the Yorkshire batters have maybe done as much to try and put bowlers off the length as much. I don't know if that's a fair assessment. Like I said, I've not watched the whole game, but it's looked a little bit like that in this morning session. There's not been much movement around the crease from the batters, or stepping across, or trying to get the bowlers off the line and length.
No, I'd agree with that. That's wide of off stump again, and Wharton once more shouldering arms in exaggerated fashion this time.
It doesn't always have to be move around and play a big shot. It can just be move around to, as long as you know your game and where your scoring options are, it can just be to try and just upset a little bit like you do when spin comes on. You use your feet to try and make them drop the ball that bit shorter so you can play off the back foot a little bit easier. And I think that's just, it seemed like the Foxes bowlers have literally just been able to smash away, and it's probably been more out of their doing of just missing line and length if they bowled a bad ball.
Yeah, this time short of length, and fended that one off nicely enough into the leg side. Rehan Ahmed does the fielding end of the over. 35 of those now complete, 85 for 5. And somebody who you know pretty well, calls himself the chairman of the Johnny Tattersall Appreciation Society, Yorkshire lad, has sent me in this consistently inconsistent an ode. This is an ode, by the way, to Yorkshire as opposed to Leicestershire, as Ajaz prepares to bowl. He says, "What's happening, my dear old friend? The heights of Emily Moore 1 minute, the next collapsing like a deck chair in a Scarbados gale." Here's Patel, George Hill goes back foot and plays back to him. No rhyme, no reason, wilting petals on the ground, and yet when they click, when the white rose remembers its roots, the whole county lifts, pints rise, voices proud, hope returns. As Patel bowls and Hill plays that out towards Cow Corner for a single. He says, for this is Yorkshire CCC, glorious in victory, infuriatingly maddening, forever keeping us guessing. Deep down we don't want perfection, we want passion, we want grit. So here's to the lads on day 3, to the brilliance, the bafflement, the heartbreak, the heroics, the eternal, unshakable belief that next match, next session, next over, they'll turn it around. Yorkshire, my consistently inconsistent love, as Walton defends back to Ajaz Patel. So a bit of verse on a Sunday morning.
Always away with the words, Yorkshire lad, isn't he?
Yeah, as that is wrapping into the thigh pad of James Walton, just a bit leg side-ish from Ajaz. Don't know if you've got any offerings, Leicestershire supporters, to match that from a Fox's point of view. Or better it, who knows. Here's Patel. Ooh, good delivery, which he's turning away from the right hand, at the edge of the right hander's bat. James Walton got across and looked like he had it covered, but then you've seen those where they've just got a faint tickle.
Yeah, it was nicely flied and just dropped in it. A bit of spin as well. Control from Ajaz.
Final ball of his second over. And Walton once again blocks that. So just 1 run conceded off 2 overs by Ajaz, who's whizzed through the pair of overs. Well, we got half an hour to go before the lunch break. 86 for 5 with George Hill 7, James Walton 32, and Leicestershire still with 182 runs to play with.
Change in the com box by the looks of it.
Yeah, if we let you switch back over here, we'll bring Adam back in. As Alex Green makes his way in to bowl to George Hill.
So Jonathan and I are going to swap. Johnny's going to carry on. We're flogging Johnny for all he's worth, making him sit here for the whole session. But what a good session it has been for Leicestershire. They've got 3 wickets. I heard you chatting about Alex Green. Johnny, I get the sense he's still such a young guy, but Alfonso Thomas talks about him as if he will add that little bit of magic, and here he is coming down the hill, broad-shouldered. He bowls and wafts at this, does Hill, and misses it, and you heard that exhale of breath. But that consistency will come with age, but he has that ability to bring a bit of magic to Leicestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. He's his attributes as a individual and his biomechanics and all that jazz, he's got something a bit different, as his height, and obviously can come in and hit the pitch hard, and we saw that in the T20s as well, of being able to come in and almost a little bit like Liam Plunkett. I'm not comparing him to Liam Plunkett, but through those middle overs hit the pitch hard.
Green in, and that is wafted at by Hill. That was an extraordinary shot. There's a sort of flick of the wrists, and it's played through the slips for 4 runs is the result. But I need to watch the replay to actually work out what kind of shot that was. It was outside off stump. Oh no, it's a much better shot than I thought it was. It's just a late cut. Very nice shot from Hill. On first glance, it looked like a false shot, but it wasn't. It was actually I did him a disservice. Hill on to 11, 90 for 5.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been a bit of a false shot. It was slightly away from his body, but managed to control it really well. I'm not sure you'd be choosing to run the ball through the slip cordon too often, but he got on top of the bounce really well, played it nicely.
Green bustles in and bowls, and that's a more orthodox cut shot off the back foot, and that's going to get 4 as well. That's slightly squarer, but still through a backward point region, and 2 4s in a row from Hill, and Green maybe just straying a little bit too much, so just a tad wide and short. 94 for 5 now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was saying earlier. I think that's a natural length of Alex's, and those two balls sort of back of a length, which can be quite difficult to hit in white ball cricket, especially with your men out on the boundary. It's really coming in and hitting the splice of the bat. But in red ball cricket, it's just a bit easier for the batters to just ride that, and batters these days deal with high pace fairly well. So yeah, he's got to be a bit fuller here, back to where he got those 2 wickets.
Green bowls, that's a short delivery that hits Hill, probably in just the body guard there. It doesn't seem to be in too much pain. The ball squirts away. Was that given as runs? It was, so it must have come off the bat.
A slight inside edge maybe onto the thigh pad, into the leg side. Yeah, I think he just needs to, if he's going to go a bit shorter, he needs to make sure he's going to try and get that bowl a real bouncer and get it head height, shoulder height, head height, anything sort of in between sort of nipple height and thigh pad height is probably a little bit too short. Just needs to try and get a little bit more on the front foot.
3 slips and a gully as Green is in. That's Fuller. It's 2 straight on a leg stump line, and back goes Wharton and glides this away to Ahmed at deep square leg. That's the end of the over. Quite an expensive one in the end. 10 off it. Yorkshire 96 for 5. Wharton is on 33. Hill on 16. The deficit's still 172. How much does he gym, Alex Green? That's the big question for me, because he's built like a back rower.
Yeah, I think I spend a bit of time in the gym, but I think I've never seen 2 men eat so much food than Alex Green and Josh Hull. It's great to see Hully doing a bit of rehab with his injury at the minute, but you see him in the changing rooms and he's always got a packet of biltong in his hand, so he's always scranning.
Here's Patel to bowl his 3rd over. It's a straight delivery, tossed up and defended by Wharton. No run. Is biltong high in protein?
Yeah, very high.
Is it?
Yeah, there's plenty of it floating around in the changing room.
Set Patel comes in, bowls. Oh, and there's a appeal for leg before wicket, and he's given!
I think he's bowled him as well. Has he bowled him as well? Or is there a bail off?
There is a bail off, you're right. Either way, he's dismissed. There was an appeal and the finger was raised, but the bail is off. Now, I don't know whether Cox whipped the bails off or whether it was LBW. I think he was given out LBW by the umpire, but we'll watch the replay there. Either way, Wharton has gone, and that's a huge wicket. He's bowled him.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's just almost clipped the top of the front pad and then just sort of rolled through off that bit when you, the top of your pad, when you bend your knee. It's not always much force behind it, and it's just flicked through off the pad and just clipped the top of the off bail. It was a lovely delivery. A drop on it from Ajaz there.
Out twice in one ball. Wharton there, who's out LBW. And then bowled at the same time. It's a delicious delivery. It just holds its line and sneaks through bat and pad. And there is the 6th wicket. 96 for 6. Wharton has to go. He was the last remaining hope, if Yorkshire had any, of probably batting out the day. Never mind of having the faintest hope of saving this match. Yorkshire trail by 172, and Leicestershire need 4 wickets to win.
Yeah, terrific delivery that from Ajaz. It just, if you're watching that replay on the stream, it just drifted in and dropped, and it wasn't quite there full enough. And that's the skill of the overspin, of getting the ball to dip and it not quite being there for the forward defence. So yeah, there's not much that Wharton could have really done about that. Obviously maybe picked up length maybe a little bit quicker, but you've got to give credit to the bowler. So as much as Dodgy was talking about from a Yorkshire point of view of Wharton being disappointed is not going on and making the big ones, I think hopefully when he looks back at that one he's not too disappointed, you know. And the bowler, I think it's very much a bowler's dismissal. He's worked him over there to get him out. It's a good delivery, and that's the game. That's cricket. Competition between bat and ball, and balls come out on top there.
Leicestershire on the verge of a famous historic win. They're first in this division for 23 years, and their first win here against Yorkshire since 2002 as well, since they were last in Division 1. And it would do a huge amount for them. They've got 7 points. Do a huge amount for their chances of safety. It'd be their first win of the season. They'll have a look at the Hampshire score. They'll have their eye on the Hampshire score for the rest of the day. That's a low-scoring game at Hove. Sussex needing 216 to win with 9 wickets remaining. If Sussex win that game, Leicestershire will be off the bottom of the table. I've got a few changes round in the field as Bess comes in. We've got a short leg in as forward comes the former England Test spinner and defends this and goes away out to backward point. Bottom at the moment, Leicestershire with 49 points as Patel, the New Zealand international, from the pavilion end, bowls a flatter delivery, just pulls his length back a little bit there. So they'd get 23 points from this, wouldn't they? So they would go up to 72. Hope that Sussex do them a favour. Here comes Patel, bowls, and with the bat in front of his pad, Bess defends. Still off. Well, it'd be Yorkshire if the result goes as we expect. They would be third bottom in the last position of safety, as that's a thick outside edge from Bess. Yorkshire will be on 89 and Leicestershire on 72, so closing the gap there. That's the end of the over. Ajaz Patel with the wicket, the 6th. Yorkshire in heaps of trouble here. The score 96 for 6 as I embarrassingly do my stretches in front of the camera, just as they gave to me. I think they did that one on purpose. As the score 96 for 6, Yorkshire still trail by 172, but I guess we need to change it really. Leicestershire still need 4 wickets to win.
Yeah, it's going to make for interesting reading in the table. Obviously a break after this, back to the blast. Be really interesting. Obviously you keep an eye on the fixtures as a player. It'll be really interesting. The second game back in the Championship block, the last 6 is Yorkshire at Scarborough, so yeah, victory here, and obviously a good result if we come back to the red ball after the Metro Bank back end of the season. It could be a tasty affair at Scarborough.
Green in bowls, that's cut by Hill. He's looking to utilise that shot that races away behind square on the offside to deep cover point. Single added to the total. Yep, and that first game is Glamorgan 2, which, I mean, Glamorgan have done incredibly well in Division 1. I should be really proud of how they've got it, and they may well, they should beat Surrey quite comfortably at Sophia Gardens this week, but I'm sure Leicestershire will think against a fellow promoted team at home that's a game they can target to win. And then Yorkshire at Scarborough. If you've got 3 wins in a row, you are suddenly in a much better position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well we take a lot of confidence from how we played against Glamorgan down in Sophia Gardens earlier in the season, when we were well on top of that game and just pitch was so placid.
Green bowls, that's driven at, and it's a bump ball. And Ahmed misfields. That is a very rare moment, and he hairs after that, Ahmed, and throws the ball in perfectly. And I don't know Rahan Ahmed as much as you do, Johnny, but the little that I do know tells me that he will be berating himself for that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be best. He'll be best pleased with himself on that one. But yeah, incredible fielder, incredible all-round player, really. Fantastic guy. Incredibly humble as well. Yeah, he'll be a bit disappointed with that one, I think.
It was nice to chat to him last night. He was in good spirits, obviously, after his century. As Green comes in, bowls. That's cut and flashed over the slip cordon for 4. Streaky from Bess, but it's got 4. And the 100 is up for Yorkshire. And there's a very sort of solemn round of applause from the Yorkshire supporters around the ground as the 100 is brought up. 103 for 6.
Yeah, I think as you were chatting to Rahan, what he said, if you're going to go after a ball, make sure you fully commit, and Bess definitely did there, and I think he probably got a little bit of reward. It was a bit wide from Green. Looked a little bit unconvincing, but yeah, fully committed to the shot and probably got his rewards for that, not where he intended.
Green tall chap bowls full and straight, and that's beautifully driven down the ground by Bess. If that were, the previous shot was streaky, that is glorious. 4 runs through mid-off. There's a bit of a gap there. In fact, I suppose you'd probably say Rahan Ahmed's at extra cover, and so there isn't anybody straight on the offside. And just lent into that best. Back-to-back fours, 107 for 6, best onto 10.
Yeah, really nice shot. Was just all time in that, wasn't it, really? I couldn't quite tell on the replay how full it was, but regardless of how full it was really nicely timed. Didn't try and overhit, and that was probably just the difference with the dismissal of Revis earlier. Just looked like he tried to force it a bit too hard. Obviously a slightly different field now with a gully in, a bit more space around.
In comes Green, there's the cut, and there's 4. This is too wide from Green. He's bowling too short and too wide, and it's just allowing players to tuck in, really. That was a back foot orthodox cut shot, and Bess has got 3 4s in a row. That's a lovely shot, that. And 111 for 6. Just needs to tighten the line a little bit.
Yeah, great commitment from Bess again. That's raced away to the boundary. I think it's probably just... Wouldn't be surprised if there's a change after this over. Maybe it's a 1 over too long maybe for Alex. But he's been bowling so well this morning, and there's runs on the board for the Foxes, so runs are not really the worry at the minute. It's those wickets that we're really striving after.
Yeah, and he's got 2 of them. This is the final ball of the over, and there's a late dab by Bess out into the offside. It will be fielded by deep cover point, and so they come back for 2, I would guess, there. So the score... No, they just took the single. 112 for 6. So Bess will keep the strike. He's on 15. Hill on 17 at the other end. Leicestershire need 4 wickets. Yorkshire still trail by 156. So in the other games, Essex 75 for 4 against Nottinghamshire in their second innings. They still trail by 198. Surrey following on against Glamorgan are 170 for 4, still trailing by 83 with 6 wickets remaining. Somerset 90 for 4 against Warwickshire at Taunton, 32 runs behind with 6 wickets remaining. And Sussex 44 for 1 in pursuit of 253. Ajaz Patel to continue from the pavilion end. His first delivery is on a good length, and forward comes Bess and drives this to short cover. Everson Fields 1 for 1 his figures. Patel with 2 maidens, in he comes, bowls, and that's just played delicately by Bess out into the onside. It's a dot ball. Patel turns quickly and bowls. Nice rhythmic action, and again play to mid wicket. There is no run.
Wouldn't mind seeing short leg go to silly point here, just to hopefully try and bring the outside edge a little bit more into play. Don't want to get pushing too hard at the ball if silly point's in the way.
As Patel comes in, he's trying to bring LBW into play, I think, Patel, isn't he?
Yeah.
Trying to get that front pad right forward.
I think sometimes when you move the fielders around the bat to different sides, it can just create another option for a dismissal.
Patel in, bowls. That one holds its line, floated by the New Zealand spinner. We've got a slip in, as you say. We've got a short leg. There's a short cover, but nobody in very close at on the offside. Patel past the umpire. That was really tossed up, took the pace right off that outside the off stump, and Bess did drive at it, but half-heartedly, and the ball goes to backward point. End of the over. That's another maiden, so 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1. Patel's figures. You're possibly seeing now that spin in the pitch. But it's a sign of how well Leicestershire's pace attack have bowled, that actually probably what the ground staff envisaged, which was that it would start to spin on days 3 and 4. We're almost at the end of the game by the time that we're seeing it.
Yeah, I think sometimes as well, as we've said before, there's a lot of pitches around the country that don't necessarily tend to spin. Even when you go to day 3 and 4, it doesn't really tend to spin a lot off a straight. It might go a little bit out of the foot marks, but depending on how much traffic there's been through it, yeah, there's not always a huge amount for spinners to hit, so it's quite nice to see spin coming into the game. Day 3, late into a third innings.
Rahan Ahmed is going to bowl, so we'll have spin at both ends as we head towards the lunch interval. As Ahmed comes in now, bowls leg spin. This is the first ball of his innings, and it's defended by Hill. Got 2 for 6 in the first innings, helped mop up the tail. I think he got... That might have been a hat-trick ball. Did he just bowl then? I think it might have been. Maybe not, actually, as Ahmed comes in, bowls, back goes Hill.
I think you might be right on that, actually. If they carry over innings, I don't know. It's all that all.
They carry over innings, they don't carry over matches, I think. It's the rule.
Well, I might be wrong, but I thought it might have been.
Yeah, it was a hat-trick ball. In comes Ahmed, bowls, and that dies in the pitch, but Hill reads it and rocks back and chops this off the back foot out to cover. Yeah, he got White first ball, having got Hassan Ali for 23 with the final 2 wickets of the innings. 113 for 6. Best now on strike.
Never quite has the same feel, does it, when it's rolled over innings for a hat-trick ball? It's all the atmosphere is built up on that very next ball.
Here comes Ahmed, bowls, and there's a thick inside edge onto the pad. Best sends Hill back as it dribbles out into the offside. It's just looking at what sort of those results will mean for the title race in Division 1. Sussex win, that'll be a huge boost for them. Ahmed in, bowls, back goes Bess and plays it into the ground. It's fielded by Slip, no run. Warwickshire might well win though. Notts will close the gap. It's a really exciting title race, plenty of teams in it.
Yeah, I think it'll be a big victory for Nottinghamshire this week against Essex.
Ahmed driven at by Bess and nicely timed out to deep cover. Yep. Essex will probably be, well, they almost certainly will be displaced at the top of the table. Sussex is a great story, considering the points deduction they've had, the financial constraints on them. End of the over, 114 for 6. Hill 18, Best 16. This partnership worth 18, and Yorkshire trail by 154. But Leicestershire still require those 4 wickets to win. We'll have spin, I think, up until the end of the interval. Is this they're listening to you, Johnny, I think. Silly points. Oh no, it's not. It's Ben Cox. Sorry, I thought that there was a field with a helmet on jogging over. That was silly of me.
Yeah, I think Ben Cox has just dispatched of his hat, I think.
So Patel comes in and bowls. Yes, the wide brimmed hat has gone.
The old flop is gone. Spin till lunch, I think, as you said. Don't need that hanging around in your back pocket.
Patel moves past the umpire, bowls, and it's played back to him. There'll be no run. Just 1 run off his 4.2 overs so far. Patel, Best 16 off 20. These two have played relatively attacking strokes. As Patel comes in, a bit of spin on that. Tossed up by their overseas bowler. You can see what was a very two-tone pitch at the start is now looking like one baked tanned colour with patches of green. Patel in, and that spits up, and Bess comes forward but almost sort of leaves with one hand on the bat by the end of coming through the shot.
Yeah, she's got really good control. It's the drop that he gets on the ball, having faced him in the nets. It feels like the ball's never quite there. It's difficult to really get out to.
Patel bowls, and back goes Bess, and that's fielded at cover by Everson. Just explain that, so it's like it doesn't come on.
Yeah, it just feels like he gets a lot of overspin on the ball, so the ball tends to drop. So where you think it's gonna land, like on a good forward defence, the ball always it drops and then it back kicks up a little bit and hits the splice of the bat.
Patel bowls and forward comes Bess, outside edge of the bat, end of the over. That's 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1 for Patel. And we have probably time for 2 more overs, actually, depending on how Ahmed bowls his second over from the Bennett end.
yeah, I think you'll see from the batters they'll try and use the crease as much as they can, either get right out. When you're playing spin, you want to either get right out to the pitch of it and smother the bounce, or get right back onto your stumps to give yourself a bit of time and create a bit of length. And it just, especially with Ajaz, with that overspin that he gets, you obviously try and get right out to it, but it's not quite there. And that's obviously when you can bring in, as we saw with Wharton, the ball dropping and skidding on, hitting the pad.
So Ahmed bowls a beautifully shaped leg spinning delivery. Pitch is just outside leg stump and moves away from the right-hander. Ahmed bowling from the Bennett end, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hill. Comes in, bowls, and that's the flatter, straighter one, which doesn't move. And Hill goes back. What's it? There's the orthodox delivery, the flipper, the googly. As Ahmed is in, tosses it up, and forward comes Hill. Plenty of revs on that. So another type of leg spinner.
Slider,
that's it, yeah.
Out the front.
Ahmed comes in, bowls, and he's sort of interchanging the orthodox leg spinner, tossed up plenty of revs with the either the flipper or the slider, I think. I wonder if we'll see the googly towards the end of this over. Here is Ahmed then. That's a straighter delivery. And forward comes Hill. 114 for 6. 154 deficit to make Leicestershire bat again. They are utterly dominant. Patel bowls and back goes Hill, making room for himself and cuts to deep point. And that's the end of the over, so we might even have space for a few more overs.
We might get a couple more in here.
Yeah, that was just 2 minutes, that over. So 74 left in the day after this. It's been a very successful morning for the Foxes. They started on 32 for 2, did Yorkshire. But wickets have fallen. Whiteman to Davey, then Revis to Davey 2. And then Alex Green with 2 rippers, 2 in the over. Sorry, dismissing Revis and Bairstow. That Bairstow wicket will live long in his memory, I'm sure. Knocking his off stump back. And then Wharton nabbed by Patel, the bowler, starting from the pavilion end. His first delivery is defended by Hill.
I think just a bit of patience from the Foxes, I think, to take us through to lunch.
Must be difficult to bat in these conditions, because you sort of must think, you know, this is about heart and grit and character. I'm showing my coaches how good a player I am, but it must be tough. Where you're sort of waiting for you're delaying the inevitable, really, aren't you?
Yeah, it's the way the game tends to go. You can see the writing on the wall sometimes.
Patel bowls full and blocked by Hill, no run.
Yeah, like you say, you just think, well, I'm going to stay out here and be out here for as long as possible. Accumulate some runs for yourself. Time in the middle is valuable as a batsman.
In comes Patel, bowls a straight delivery on an off-stump line, and Hill defends it. Doesn't look like there's a huge amount of turn in the pitch.
No, still not loads, is there? I think they might get the odd one that might just spin.
That's Patel bowls, and that is defended by Hill. He's bowling round the wicket, the left-handed spinner, to the right-handed Hill. Just noticed the stream showing pictures of a big grey cloud over to our right-hand side. It'd be interesting to know if that does rain. That's a quicker, flatter one from Patel, which is clipped away on the leg side but fielded by short leg, no run. When was the last time? Let's try and work out when the last time Patel conceded a run. He's not conceded another one off there. That, I think, is 3 maidens in a row at the very least. So end of the over, and yeah, we'll get one more over in, I think, at 12:58. So he conceded his one run off his second ball of his second over. So that's a good 25 odd balls in a row without conceding a run. 1-1-5 for 6. Bess 16, Hill 19. And Ahmed will continue. Alex Green is running from offside to leg to take, in fact the other way round, leg side to off to take a position at quite a fine backward point as Ahmed comes in, bowls, and Bess just turns the bat handle on that, plays it late and guides it into the offside where it's fielded by Green in that position.
Yeah, I think it's a nice tactical change that. They've just got rid of the 45 and brought short leg in. And just asking the batters if they want to play a paddle sweep. It's probably a 3-4, but if it's the last over before lunch, do you want to be taking the risk?
As Ahmed bowls, forward comes Hill and defends. These two just seeing things out until the interval. Been a gripping session this as Leicestershire go for victory. Back goes Ahmed, and that didn't get up at all. Hill equal to it, flicks it into the leg side where there's a single.
I think that's the thing about Rehan is when he does bowl slightly short, especially here at Grace Road, is his balls don't tend to sit up like a lot of other spinners do. They tend to shoot down quite a lot lower, and he got a couple of wickets last week with people trying to pull.
As he bowls a fuller delivery that time, and that's blocked by Bess, no run.
If you're going cross-batted, trying to hit that shot that players try and get deep in the crease and launch it over mid-wicket, it can, when it's not bouncing as much, it can be a difficult shot to play. And yeah, he picked up, as I say, a couple of wickets last week, so it looks like a short ball, but it can be effective.
Ahmed really pushes this through, and that is played past slip for 4. I'm not quite sure Bess meant that. Poked at it and guided it down towards third man for 4. Oh no, it's just an orthodox edge, isn't it? Yeah. Thick outside edge. He did well, I think, just to take his hands off it at the last minute, Bess, and play it late, played into the ground, soft hands. But yeah, there's 4.
There's a lovely length. It wasn't quite there on the forward defence. Slightly wide of the off stump, and it just straightened the touch, and he just had a little feel at it. Rishi Patel diving to his right, just couldn't quite get there. I think it landed a bit short as well.
Here comes Ahmed. Oh, and there's the sweep, and that sneaks through down the bottom. I don't think that hit anything. And Patel has to run round and stop it. Hit Cox on the pads. I'm going to watch the replay of that because that is the end of the over and the end of the session. But nearly 2 wickets off the final. Couple of balls off the over. He went for the sweep. Oh, just snuck through, didn't it?
Don't know whether he maybe got... It looked in real time like he might have just got a slight bottom edge on it, but it wasn't enough to drag onto the stumps.
Well, what a session for Leicestershire. There have been nearly 100 runs conceded, 90... 90...
32, I think.
99.
Said, I think it was it.
Oh, it was 89, sorry. 89 runs scored, but 4 wickets taken. And Alex Green with 2 of them. A memorable over from him, getting rid of Revis and Bairstow. Josh Davey got us underway with the wicket of Whiteman, and then James Wharton falling right at the end of the session to Ajaz Patel. Leicestershire need 4 wickets to win. They will hope to clear up the Yorkshire batting lineup in the afternoon session and get themselves a day and an evening off. They are well on top against Yorkshire and on course for victory. For Yorkshire, this about batting out for as long as they possibly can, getting time in the middle for individual batsmen, but the writing on the wall for the Tykes, it seems. 1-2-1 for 6 are Yorkshire. They trail by 147, but Leicestershire need 4 wickets to win. We will be back at the start of the afternoon session in about 40 minutes or so, as we bring you continuing coverage of day 3 of this game between Leicestershire and Yorkshire. The Foxes on course for their first victory in Division 1 since 2003. From all of us, thank you to Johnny, by the way. You're heading home back up to Yorkshire, aren't you now? Thank you. You've been brilliant over the course of the past few hours. Brilliant insight. We've rested Jonathan's croaky voice as well. So thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure to have you along with us, and we'll be back for coverage very shortly.
Derbyshire need 24 runs to win, and they are 1-4-1. At Chester Street, Northants 450, Durham 405,
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Left arm round the wicket and down the pitch comes Ahmed first up and slams him down the ground for 4 runs. I lost sight of the ball there. Moriarty, tall man, comes in. That smash, that's overcompensated wide outside off stump, and that has raced away for 4 through the covers. Ahmed in the groove.
127, and here's George Hill trying to break it with the final ball of the morning, but can't do so. Kelly will have strike when they come back out after lunch because he's turned that into the leg side for a single. 253 for 3. Revison and bowling. Kelly drives firmly. Good shot between Adam Lyth at short extra cover and Jack White at mid-off, and 4 runs is the result.
As Moriarty to bowl the penultimate ball of the over. It's right in the slot and Ahmed has smacked it through the covers. Moriarty in for the final ball of the over, and there's a scoop from Ahmed, and that's going to race away for 4 more. Premeditated shot and wonderfully.
Travis is going to bowl this short, let's see. No, he bowls it just back of length, and it's punched away square on the offside where he didn't have a fielder for 4. Yeah, nicely played. Ravis this time goes short and is pulled through mid-wicket for 4. So I think that it was maybe a comment on Here's Ravis bowling to Rehan. There you go. There is one. He's hit it straight to Sam Whiteman. I think I've been suggesting that for
a long run up for his spinner, and he's up to the wicket now, wide of the crease, swept by Cox, and he's going to get 4, I think, over towards the covers at long leg, and it bounces over the rope.
England set a mammoth target by New Zealand, 463, world record chase in progress. How does Moriarty respond? Does he pull back his length? Well, no, he goes for a different line. It's down the leg side, and it's been slapped away with a firm sweep shot by Cox. Here comes Bess, and that's been hammered over his head. Not quite gone all the way. And he comes, and Cox, well, he uses the angle beautifully. It was sort of angled in from around the wicket.
Game down at Sophia Gardens. He's bowled him. Cox is bowled, his middle stump.
Comes White. That's a shot aerially played, but it sounded really good off the bat. I was kind of looking towards the boundary already. Start of a new over from Jack White, round the wicket. In, and that's been driven aerially, but much more powerfully this time, straight back over the bowler's head for 4. It's a beautiful shot.
I'll finish this point in a second, as Ali's going to bowl the final ball of the over in, and that's flashed up by Everson. He's going to get 4 runs for it. I don't think he exactly meant that, but I think it was a thick outside edge, getting the crowd involved.
White is in. Oh, what a shot that is from Kelly. Launches this high and handsome out towards deep extra cover. It's gone all the way for 6. And that is it, with that leave outside off stump. Leicestershire going to tea on 377 for 5.
Make Yorkshire bat again. Hill will bowl from the Bennett end, and there's a streaky drive first up from Everson, but he'll get 4 runs through third man for it. Full outside off stump, worth driving.
all round. Bess lobs this one up, and Everson lobs it away into the stand for 6 runs. Over long on.
Storms in down the hill. He bowls, and Everson edges for 4. Along the floor. I don't think it even carried, but Bess is standing in a second slip position.
There's Bess bowling to Kelly, and he has got him. Yep, straight on with the arm by the looks of things.
So far, he's bowling down the hill from the Bennett end, and he comes, bowls, edged for. And again, a nick from Everson doesn't carry and races away to the boundary rope.
Bess tosses this one up. Lovely shot. Drilled down the ground by Everson, just beyond the bowler's outstretched left hand.
118 for 6 now, as Green leaves the next ball alone outside off. Better length that from Revis. Here comes Revis once more, and that's been nicely played. A flick of the wrists. And the ball racing away towards the square leg boundary. It gets there.
Hassan always got his hands through that one, and that is 4 runs square on the offside. And I think it's James Wharton, is it? He was at point waiting for him. No, it's Don Bess. Yeah, here's Hassan bowling. Everson opens to the face and runs it down towards third man, and the 2 that he gets from that will bring him a half century. 50 from 84 deliveries for Joey Everson.
As Revis bowls, Green edges and just past slip. That's going to go all the way for 4 as well.
As Bess bowls from the Bennett end. Oh, and there's confusion for a run out here. The throw comes in, it's a direct hit and it's out. It's a great throw from square leg for Leicestershire. Bess bowls, down the pitch comes Davey, hits this high up in the air, he's going to be caught at mid-on, and is. That's a little bit of a silly shot from Davey. I'm not quite sure why he was charging down the track like that.
In terms of viewing, as Moriarty re-enters the attack, and he's bowled Ben Green. Lovely delivery actually, just drifted in, hit the top of off. Indian community in Leicester is not so engaged with the club. So that's past the outside edge, or is there a feather on it? No, there is. Finger goes up. Moriarty gets his 4th, and Leicestershire bowled out for 453. They lead by 268.
Green In. Bowls, thick outside edge, squared him up, that did, Lythe, and he's edged that for 4. It's going to be the first boundary of the day, right in front of the tractor, in front of the covers.
As Davey is in, and this time he's gone. Caught a second slip by a tumbling
Sheridan Gums it was.
Sheridan Gums. Final ball of the over. Davey to Lythe, who was flicked off his legs and gone. Caught at leg slip. Brilliant catch. At leg slip it was as well by Joey Evison, I think. Davey in again. Wharton drives square on the offside. He's had to be patient, James Wharton. That was his 20th delivery. 3rd Yorkshire batter to get to that stage.
Green in, Bowls, and that's whipped away. There's another boundary. There's the 3rd. 2 straight and full from Green. He's got no protection out there. He's in, Bowls. Oh, and it just nearly sneaks through inside edge. A thick one, which is fielded by Fine Leg, and that is the end of a very successful day's cricket for Leicestershire.
Were able to get out of a difficult situation, so they should take something from that and apply it.
Josh Davey to bowl the first ball of the day. It's a straight one. Those lines strayed a bit, Davey, but he got 2 wickets last. Davies bowling right arm round the wicket to Whiteman, and he comes, Bowls. Oh, and that's caught, is it? Behind the stumps? Yes, it is. Wonderful catch. 36, 37. As Davey comes in, Bowls, and that is whipped away for 4 runs. Green moves in, moves away from us. That's a glorious cover drive. Beautiful. 2 full from Green, and Revis has lent into that. And
Davey to Revis, who plays this one off the back foot. Nicely played as well. Rehan's out chasing, but he's not going to catch this one. Bowling to Revis, who flicks one away off the hip. That's going to go for 4. Just backward of square leg. Ooh, there you go. Commentator's curse has been checked to some extent. So in goal, bowled him, top of off stump. Here's Alex Green again, and George pushing at that one, open face. He's going to get 4 through 3rd man.
This week could change it big time.
Yeah, it was Wharton edges, but it's just dropped short of Rehan Ahmed. I think it is at 2nd slip.
Through those middle overs, hit the pitch hard.
Green in, and that is wafted at by Hill. That was an extraordinary shot. There's a sort of flick of the wrist.
Played it nicely.
Green bustles in and bowls, and that's a more orthodox cut shot off the back foot, and that's going to get 4 as well. That's slightly square. As Patel comes in, bowls. Oh, and there's a appeal for leg before wicket, and he's given.
I think he's bowled him as well. Has he bowled him as well? Or is there a bail off?
There is a bail off, you're right. Spirits obviously after his century. As Green comes in, bowls. That's cut and flashed over the slip cordon for 4. Streaky from Bess, but it's got 4.
Where intended.
Green tall chap bowls full and straight, and that's beautifully driven down the ground by Bess. If that were the previous shot was streaky, that is glorious. 4 runs through mid-off.
A gully in, a bit more space around.
In comes Green. There's the cut, and there's 4. This is too wide from Green. He's bowling too short and too wide.
Picked up, as I say, a couple of wickets last week, so it looks like a short ball, but it can be effective.
Ahmed really pushes this through, and that is played past slip for 4.
I think it landed a bit short as well.
Here comes Ahmed. Oh, and there's the sweep, and that sneaks through down the bottom. I don't think that hit anything. Well, hello there and welcome back to the afternoon session of day 3 of Leicestershire against Yorkshire in the county championship. Leicestershire need 4 wickets to win for their first Division 1 victory since 2003. This for Yorkshire about batting for as long as possible. The writing really does feel like it is on the wall for the Tykes. 4 wickets in the morning session. 2 batsmen who are unbeaten at the moment are Don Bess, who's 21 not out, and George Hill, who is 20 not out. They've got a partnership of 25. We saw some fluid drives before the lunch break, but not from Ajaz Patel, who's bowled 5 of his 6 overs as maidens, and his first delivery is appeal for leg before wicket. He's given him. Wicket falls, first ball after lunch, and Patel with a beautifully flighted delivery that hit Hill on the pads. He came forward to it, and the 7th wicket falls for Yorkshire. Leicestershire need 3 wickets to win, and what a start that is for the Foxes. We're just watching the replay, and that is missing leg, that is missing off, and that is hitting middle halfway up. 7 down, Hill gone for 20.
Yep, great start for Leicestershire, right on the money from the word go. He takes all the pace off the ball, doesn't he? George is just propping forward, and unfortunately for him, can't get back on ball. So 7 down, job almost done, and with Dan Moriarty in Yorkshire's side today as well, you'd say the tail is probably a place longer than might otherwise be the case.
Johnny Tatsuo just before the lunch break was saying how Patel gets the ball to drop. There's a lot of overspin on his delivery, so it drops a little bit further back than you think it's going to be, so it's difficult to judge the length on it. I think that was probably an example of it. You get your foot right to what you think is going to be the pitch of the ball, and then you just misjudge the flight and the line of the ball. 1-2-1 for 7 is the score. Yorkshire still 147 runs behind, making Leicestershire bat again.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it?
No, I don't think so. 2 for 1, Patel's figures. Adam Whitty and Jonathan Doidge with you on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Leeds, and at the Leicestershire YouTube stream. I don't know whether Sports Secretary will join us at some point throughout the afternoon, as Hassan Ali is the new batsman, and Patel is in to bowl to him. There's a big sweep first up from Ali, and it's snuck through, and he's going to race away for 4 byes, I think. Yeah, 4 byes. I don't know whether it just maybe hit the back leg or something like that, but 4 byes. What a shot first up from Hassan Ali, given the game situation. But 1-2-5 for 7.
Yeah, well, look, from the brief glimpse that I've been afforded of watching Hassan Ali bat so far, I don't think there are many dull moments, so expect more.
As Patel comes in, and that's more sensibly played by Hassan Ali, driving down the ground. Do you know, the irony is, I would say, he was the one Yorkshire batter in the first innings who sort of got the pitch, and I think he ironically showed Ahmed and Kelly in particular how to bat, which was he was just throwing his hands at wide balls, bad balls, and then playing more sensibly like that stroke to the rest. The problem was that first ball from Patel wasn't a bad ball. Here was Patel to bowl to Bess. It's a straighter line on sort of leg stump, and the throw comes in at the stumps. There's a quick single from Bess. 1-2-7 for 7. Strange old afternoon weather-wise. It's hot out there, but it's not particularly sunny. There's a few light grey clouds above. Tiny bit of blue sky poking through as Patel comes in, bowls, beats Hassan Ali outside his off stump, and that got a bit of spin. We were talking earlier before the lunch break about the fact that it hasn't spun that much, but that one seemed to just rip and grip off the surface away from the right hander. Here comes Patel, bowls, and forward comes Ali, and this sneaks away onto the leg side, fielded by short leg. Well, what a successful start to the session for Leicestershire. They have got the wicket of George Hill, and the Foxes need 3 wickets to win. Yorkshire 127 for 7.
Yeah, there are many different things, ironies in cricket sometimes, and you've not seen anybody come out for Yorkshire and play shots, quote unquote, but it looks like Hassan will, and sometimes, and obviously Don Bess as well has had a few more of those than some. Sometimes you do get these curiosities where it looks like a side is going to be absolutely annihilated, and then somebody might come in late on and get you a rapid 60 or 70 that's not been seen before, and people scratch their heads as to why somebody else hasn't played like that. But I wouldn't imagine there's been much in the way of instruction before Hassan walked out to bat.
Well, it's not his fault that he's having to come in at this stage of the game, is it?
No. And so we have Ben Green from the Bennett end bowling to Don Bess, who props forward. Back to the bowler, no run.
We're on Sports Extra 3, so hello to listeners. 127 for 7, Yorkshire. Leicestershire on course for victory here. They need just 3 wickets on day 3 to get the first victory since September 2003 in Division 1.
Green making his way in once again. Bess blocks that. You can have this commentary is going to go viral for you when the moment comes, Adam.
Yep.
Have you got it all sorted? Have you got it scripted? Jeffrey Boycott, Lord Hawke, Schofield Haig,
Yeah.
Wilfred Rhodes, Headley Verity. You guys took one
Hell of a beating. Yeah.
Green then. In he comes again from the Bennett end, and turned to leg by Bess, and they get through for another comfortable single.
Thank you to Lily Alumi, I hope I'm getting your name right, who says she's the chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club. We've had the chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club. We've also had the chairman of the Johnny Tattersall fan club on today, haven't we?
I think other fan clubs are available.
Are they? Well, yeah.
They'll be setting fan clubs up now for Leicestershire players after this.
Yeah. The Nick Kelly fan club.
Yeah. The Rehan Ahmed fan club after his ton. Especially if he finishes this off. But it's Ben Green trying to do that just at this moment in time. Bowls it, dropped into the offside. This time by Hassan with a cultured forward defensive push. You could almost do your post-match before the match is finished, can't you, really?
Yeah.
Summary of both our teams' efforts in this match. Green turns and makes his way back in, and Hassan Ali, oof, dear me. I'm not quite sure what he was playing at that delivery.
I think it was an attempted late cut.
Those who can see it again, just nipping back on him slightly, and yeah, he sort of looked like he was dropping anchor, didn't he?
Yeah. You didn't often see batters let it through the gap between bat and pad, but he seemed to do that.
Great leave, Hassan Ali. It's been a feature of this afternoon's play. One delivery. Here's Green again, and Hassan this time more purposefully drops that out square on the offside and picks up a single to complete over number 47 then. Green 17 overs, 6 maidens, none for 35, but he's played a very important support role to the wicket takers. Best 23. Hassan Ali is on 2, 129 for 7. Yorkshire still need a further 139 runs just to ask the Foxes to bat again.
Well, in terms of summing things up for Leicestershire, I go back to what Ben Green said to me 6 days ago out down in front of the pavilion here at Grace Road having lost to Essex 4 defeats in a row, looked uncompetitive in the in Division 1 of the County Championship, really. I'll come back to that as Patel starts a new over from the pavilion end and bowls to Ali, who defends. And he said, we are not playing well enough for long enough. And Leicestershire weren't backing up good spells of bowling. They weren't backing up good partnerships. As Patel bowls, forward comes Ali and defends. And they weren't consistent enough. They weren't bowling or batting as units, and they've done pretty much everything right in this game. They have done exactly that. They kept up the pressure and the momentum, particularly in their bowling in the first innings. Here's Patel, bowls, forward comes Ali, and again there's no run. They bowled as pairs, but then the second change bowlers would come on. You saw Green and Everson in particular, I thought, in the first innings come up and back up strong opening spells from Davey and Green, Patel. 2 straight that, and that's swept, but that may have come off the back of the bat from Hassan Ali. It's racing towards the boundary and goes to the boundary almost directly behind the wicket. It is 4 runs, so it may have come off the back of the bat from Hassan Ali, but there's 4 more to the total for Yorkshire. 1-3-3 for 7. I think in terms of their batting, their international class just told, really. They're two best players probably, Kelly and Ahmed, getting hundreds. As Patel comes in, bowls, forward comes Hassan Ali, and the ball dribbles away behind square to Davey at short fine leg. But then you're probably looking at the importance of innings like Joey Everson as well. You've got a vital 50, Rishi Patel at the top of the order to just get off Leicestershire off to a good start, but Everson's innings I thought was vital just to carry on the good work they did as Patel bowls, driven to cover. There's a man on the cover boundary, but it's fielded by mid-off Ben Green, who runs along, picks up left-handed, and we'll throw in. That's the end of the over. 5 off it, a very expensive one from Ajaz Patel, given 5 of his 8 overs have been maidens. 134 for 7 is the score. Best 23, Hassan Ali 7.
Yeah, Ben Green, by the looks of things, going to continue at the Bennett end. So the Yorkies' position, well, obviously pretty much hopeless as far as this game is concerned. They've just gone past the halfway stage in the competition. Came up with a dominant draw against Warwickshire last week, but it was a game that they should have been good enough to win, really. But they still took enough from it in the sense that they had the better of the game against a team who'd thrashed them just a few weeks earlier, as Hassan Ali, former Warwickshire man himself, played it to Rehan Ahmed in the covers, no run. But it's such an inconsistent season. It's really hard to fathom and put your finger on it. Obviously Hassan's only been playing the last couple of matches, wasn't part of that first raft of games. Logan van Beek and Jai Richardson, the overseas players involved in that clump of matches, as Hassan has gone skyward here and he's going to be caught. He's walking off. In fact, so confident is he that the catch will be taken, and it has been taken. And Yorkshire are 134 for 8. And, well, the lid is in place. There's just a couple more nails to be hammered in, and the job will be done. 134 for 8 with Bess not out on 23, and Hassan Ali gone for 7 off the bowling of Ben Green. Probably a deserved first wicket of this innings for him. And the catch was taken by Adam Whitty. Not by Adam Whitty, but I'm just relying on him to tell me who took the catch.
Oh, fine. I think that was Everson there at mid-wicket. He had his back to us. It was Everson. A curious innings that from Hassan Ali.
Standard, I probably would have said, from what I've seen of him so far.
I mean, again, you know, it's not his job to try and save the game. In fact, it was Nick Kelly. The scorers have got it wrong, as did I. It was Nick Kelly who took the catch, I'm told.
Tip X time.
Apologies, that's the club's media guys just sent that to me, so thank you, Charlie. I thought it was Everson, as did the scorers. 1, 3, 4 for 8. It's a very strange shot as well. His bat ended up almost like he flung it over his shoulder, over his back. But he's gone for 7. Still 134 behind, getting Leicestershire to bat again. 8 wickets down. This could be all over in the next hour.
Could all be all over in the next over.
That is true.
So 15 balls, 12 minutes, 1-4 for Hassan Ali. And that has brought Dan Moriarty to the crease. He's had an occasional 20 at the back end of a knock. Hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket in the last season and a half. Left-handed. And they've gone with 3 slips and a gully now. Has skipper Ben Green, and he's bowling, so he should know what he wants. Around the wicket there to the lefty. Played up to mid-on. No run. So yeah, back to Yorkshire's predicament. Yeah. As I was saying, you can kind of summarise before the end of these sort of games, can't you? Because it's pretty obvious where the points are going. Inconsistency. They've got to try and find a way, and it tells you that, you know, any aspirations to win titles were fanciful. But I think as Green bowls and that's turned to leg by Moriarty, and there's no run, I would have thought, if they played to their capabilities, they should be capable, as they've shown with a couple of those wins this season, have been, you know, up there 4th, 3rd, something like that. And if things had gone really well, I think I said before the season, because you never like to discount the possibility, then who knows about a title. But right at this moment in time, there's Green bowls, and Moriarty defends back to the bowler. Yeah, that inconsistency is obviously just haunting them, you know. Ben Code not available at the moment, or, well, actually is available I think at the moment, but hasn't been for a little while due to injury. He's been making his way back to fitness in the 2s. They had a couple of overseas who I think it's very fair to say were not at their best in that first period, and yet they still managed to pick up a couple of wins. Obviously had an injury as well to Sam Whiteman, which ensured that he missed about 3 matches, as Moriarty gets off the mark with a single backward of point to complete that over at 135 for 8. So that, you know, there's been some of those issues. The substitution thing. Johnny Bairstow, of course, did his thumb in the first innings of the season in the field. So there's been that where he missed a bit of time. So nothing's been smooth in that respect. It's not like they've had, you know, the preferred 11 to pick from. But then, you know, how many teams have? You've talked about Leicestershire's issues at the moment as well, so I'm not sure whether you can start using those things as excuses, but I'm just pointing those things out because there'll be an obvious pile-on here, as there usually is at times like this. There was a big enough pile-on last week when they didn't win against Warwickshire on the socials.
Ajaz Patel is going to bowl left arm over the wicket to Moriarty. Well, looking at it from, and this is going to sound like I'm criticising Leicestershire, as Patel comes in, forward comes Moriarty and defends, but if I was a Yorkshire supporter, I would expect Leicestershire to put up a good fight to be competitive, but if I was expecting my team to be fighting for titles, this is a game that they need to win. Leicestershire have lost 4 games in a row. Patel bowls and forward comes Moriarty again in defence. It's not even like you could say that Leicestershire... It's not been a competitive game, has it?
No.
As Patel comes in, bowls, and there's, I think, an inside edge onto the pad there. A strangled appeal, nothing doing. You know, if Leicestershire had pulled one out of the bag against a very good Yorkshire team, and you go, fair enough, they just had enough for us. But Leicestershire have
completely dominated the match, are the words you're looking for.
Yeah. As Patel bowls defended again by Moriarty, no run, but it's completely dominated from start to finish, and that's not what you would expect at all from Yorkshire. As Patel moves away from us, bowling from the pavilion end, he bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, almost on a Yorker length that was, and it's dug out by Moriarty, no run. And Leicestershire have played very, very well. They have improved significantly, but given their form and given how they played last week against Essex, Patel in really throws this one down. Patel it almost came out of the hand wrong, I think, as it goes down the leg side and runs away for 4 byes. He absolutely launched that, Patel. I think just trying to knock him off course. And it was tickled. Nice little tickle, actually. I didn't spot that from Moriarty, forgive me. And he goes to 5.
It was a delightful leg.
It was, actually. It was. Did you know what it was? I just totally didn't. I didn't see that at all. 4 runs. Moriarty onto 5. 139 for 8. 129 needed.
Yeah, but back to what you were saying, allied to where both teams are coming into this match, and not only just looking at a league table, but the sheer lack of wins for Leicestershire in the competition. The only team before this match to be on 0 in the wins column, as Ben Green bowls good delivery that nips away from Dom Bess. No, this is a really poor performance by Yorkshire, no two ways about it. And that happens. That's sport, you know. Every team's capable of doing that. I think, and you watch teams every week, and you comment that they're to be shot at. That's where they need to be considered. But for me, I've said for weeks, probably all season now, Yorkshire's bowling, as Green does that himself. That's a lovely shot by Bess. Drives that past the bowler for 4 up through long off. Take him to 27. 143 for 8. For me, Yorkshire's strength of the two disciplines is in their bowling. It is more consistent than their batting. I think the figures will back me up on that.
Yeah, well, it's now 21 bowling bonus points and 12 batting.
Yep, and not even looking at that, because sometimes as Green bowls and Best drives into the offside, no run. Sometimes I think that there's too much emphasis placed on the actual points, but just the feeling of the batting against the bowling. You'd have to say that when cricket is played, in the entirety of April and May in the first section of games, that is going to favour the bowlers. So you'd expect more bowling than batting bonus points anyway for mine. But some of those situations, where you're getting nowhere near, it's not like you're 249 all out and you've just missed out on your batting point. You're way short of it. That's why I think bowling is more consistent, and that's played into the offside by Best, no run. But not every day is a good day, but they have more good days with the ball, I would say, than they do with the bat. And again, I can rely on some statistical analysis to back me up on that, and you just have to look at individual players who are capable and show that in some matches, but just not enough. So the frustration lies in the fact that you're looking at a team that are capable of beating Somerset at Taunton, something that's the first time they've done since 2017 or 18. That's just nipped away on Dom Best. There's a stifled appeal, but not out. There's umpire warrant. And then capable of beating Surrey, and then losing to the two bottom sides in the competition as we sit here right now in Hampshire, which is already a completed defeat, and this one which will be fairly soon. In comes Green again, and Best drops that into the offside, and there is no run. 143 for 8. Moriarty on 5, Best on 27, and 1 for 40 off 19 overs, 6 of which have been maidens for the Leicestershire skipper.
That's a curious situation, that, for Yorkshire. Go and beat Man City at the Etihad and lose to Wolves at home. It's that sort of very. Yeah,
I think Anthony McGrath said to me before on the record, you know, when we're good, we're very, very good, and when we're bad, we're awful. And it certainly has been pretty awful.
So Ajaz Patel is going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's going to continue from there. This is 10th over, 2 for 12, his figures. And he's bowling to the left-handed Moriarty. Comes in and bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone. He's got a left-hander here, Patel, so he can try and chuck it into the footmarks that have been left outside his off stump. And here comes Patel. And there's an appeal for a catch there, but it's not too full-throated. And Cox takes a good catch. Or it's a good take from Cox, I should say. Moriarty covers up and waits. This one's floated by Patel and glanced into the offside where it is fielded. There is no run. Leicestershire's first win it's going to be in 267 days since they beat Northampton at the end of their title winning season. As Patel bowls flatter, straighter, but the ball ends up in the same place.
Can you work out in the number of days that it's been since 2003? I'll let you go through all that with leap years included.
Yeah, I'll find that out. There you go. I can find the dates. This was September the 12th, I think, 2003. Yes, Patel is in, bowls. That's a slow delivery. He's taking the pace right off that. Yeah, 12th of September 2003. So I will find out how many days ago that was. Patel bowls. Drags the length back a little bit there too, and that's a 6th maiden of 10 overs for Ajaz Patel, and the score 143 for 8, Moriarty 5, Bess 27. Nice still atmosphere around the ground. Saw some families playing out on the off the pitch, off the boundary. Bit of cricket during the lunch break. There's a smattering of people in on Father's Day to hopefully see Leicestershire make their own bit of history.
Ben Green continuing at the Bennett end. Makes his way into bowl to Bess, who walks into it, gets under it slightly, but although it hangs in the air for a little while, it's away to the right of Nick Kelly, so just a single taken. Andy Walker, good afternoon to you. Thought we'd have got a good chance this time around, JD says, but our batting has reverted to that old brittleness. It happens again and again and again, and I just don't know why. I'm flummoxed and frustrated. Thanks all for the smashing comms.
That is such a good word, actually. Brittleness is such a good word. I was really surprised about how they went about their first innings. I'm slightly surprised about how they've gone about their second innings. They've been shown how to bat on this pitch and haven't done it.
Here comes Green again, round the wicket, Moriarty, with a perfect forward defensive push. Yeah, will there be changes between now and the next championship match? Well, yes there will, because Hassan Ali won't be around for that, which is against Leicestershire at Scarborough in August. So there's a bit of other stuff to come between now and then, and you can be in a completely different headspace, of course. Well, they were in a completely different headspace when they turned up here. Here's Green, and Moriarty pushes it out square on the offside, no run.
Got a good chance in the T20 there, haven't they? Should get a quarter final from here.
Well, when they came down here the other week, they were going really well, and now that just shows you, doesn't it? I wouldn't want to make any bold predictions about T20. I've said that throughout. They have been playing well. I absolutely agree with that in the main. Should have been 5 from 6, 4 from 6. So still need at least a couple of wins, you'd have thought, if they're going to qualify. Green bowls, Moriarty turns that to leg, no run.
Yeah, for context, what in that T20 they're chasing 145, something like that off the top of my head, and we're 100 for 3 off about 12 overs and lost. It's extraordinary.
Yeah.
Yes, carry on, Jonathan. Sorry.
Yeah, and just to, just for the balance, if you like, that happens to other teams as well. Not long ago they went to Chester Street and only scored 140 odd, but then bowled Durham out for 90 odd. So it can happen to other teams too. Green is in, Moriarty defends. But yeah, I think everybody expected better when they got themselves into that position down here. But it's gone now, and they've got 6 more games to get enough points, and they're still up at the top of the group. So if there's any disgruntlement, then there'll be more elsewhere, I guess. 144 for 8. Leicestershire 2 wickets away. Skipper Ben Green trying to have a further hand in victory here, but not with that delivery, which is defended by Moriarty. So Green's now got through 20 overs in this Yorkshire second innings, and out of their 144 for 8, he's got 1 for 41.
Hasn't quite looked as potent in this spell, Ben Green, as he has in others. Yeah, Yorkshire top of the group on 16. Leicestershire, who looked out of it after 3 games, they'd lost the first 3 and all by pretty significant margins, then won 3 in a row. So they're third at the moment in the T20 Blast. Hampshire for you on Friday night, isn't it? Yeah,
so Yorkshire have got 2 away games next weekend, Hampshire Friday and Chesterfield, Derbyshire Sunday. Then 2 home games the week after. And I probably should remember who they're against, but can't right at this moment. And then they finish off away at Old Trafford on the final Friday and at home against Notts on the final Sunday.
Patel bowls a sweep, which is pleasantly played by Bess. He's going to get 4 runs to fine leg for that. It's a premeditated shot, I think, but he got down very quickly and paddled it round for 4. Yeah, 4-8 for 8.
Those 2 home matches that weekend, Leicestershire are up, aren't they, on the Sunday afternoon, I think it is?
Yep.
So I'm guessing that must mean Durham are the team who are visiting on the Friday night, because I've not played them at home yet.
Patel bowling left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Bess, comes in. Bess goes back and smashes this to cover. There is no run. Leicestershire have got the 4 games in a row in across 2 formats. They had Essex and of course Yorkshire this game at Grace Road, and then they've got Lancashire here next Friday. As in comes Patel and beats him outside his off stump. That's a beauty. That did spin, and that's a glorious off spinner.
I always find that if you want to know the fixtures, Adam, apart from relying on our diaries or laptops, you just go to the loo, don't you? Because wherever you go to the loo anywhere in cricket, there's always the fixtures posted.
Yeah. Patel in, forward comes Bess and defends. Or in the case of Grace Road, you can see them on the road as you come up.
Yes, yeah, you can carry down the mountain, yeah. Because I did notice when I went to the loo that Leicestershire's final match is on a Wednesday, isn't it?
No, they've got a Wednesday
changed?
game against Durham. Forward comes Patel. Again, no run. They've got Durham on the Wednesday. Then it is Notts on the Friday night.
Is that away then? Yeah.
And Derbyshire. Notts and Derby away.
So is it the last home game? It's on a Wednesday for some reason.
Yes, that'll be it. Yes, of course, sorry. Yes, I now see what you mean. Yeah, sorry. Patel bowls and forward comes Bess. That is the end of the over. So 4 off it, the first ball, and then saw out dots from there on in. So 148 for 8 is the score.
I'm guessing then, why is it a Wednesday? Is
It'll
that
be
to do
a Sky
with
game, I presume?
Oh, right. Because I thought they were just sticking to... There's been the odd Thursday, hasn't there? But mainly it's just been Friday and Sunday.
It has been, but they tend to do it midweek when there's a Sky TV game. That's what they play Derbyshire here on a Wednesday, and that was a TV game. I think they're doing ones on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, aren't they? The TV broadcasters. So that might be it, or it might just be a scheduling thing, because they have one weekend where they just have a game on the Sunday and they don't have a Friday night game, so that must be the reason for it.
So, change of bowling at the Bennett end. Ben Green's done his darndest to end Yorkshire's resistance, but with that one wicket, he's having a breather and leaving it with Josh Davey, who's round the wicket, right arm first up, and I won't say driven into the offside by Moriarty, but more pushed. He's picked up 2. The throw is not the best, but it's not going to cost any runs. 150 up for Yorkshire. Wow.
Steady progress. I've found out the answer, by the way. So how many days ago it was since Leicestershire last won a red ball?
Oh, you've done it by AI, have you?
Don't give away the
Adam
secrets.
Whitty. Good lord. I think you should save that for your final commentary.
Really?
Yeah, here's Davey bowling, and Moriarty punches that one to mid-off, no run. I think what I'll do is when the 9th wicket falls, I'll just leave you to do the ball by ball, and I'll just fill in the gaps so that you've got, because it's always difficult when you're trying to win a match, and it by taking a wicket, you never know when it's going to happen. And you'll want that, I'm sure.
But I'll keep that little stat in the back pocket then.
Yeah.
Just looking through the...
And then in years to come, when generations down the line, people listen, Adam Whitty, what a commentator he was, and he knew exactly how many days it was. They'll not realise this conversation ever took place before you reveal the stat. Here's Davey. Lovely shot by Moriarty. He has driven this one this time, and that's gone away through the covers for 4. So he's on to 11. 154 for 8.
There's plenty of gaps in the outfield now, and in the infield there's a big gap between mid-off and cut and point. So you can't be bowling too full outside off stump, because it's basically a risk-free shot for Moriarty, and it was a wonderful cover drive.
Yeah, it was. Played it well. He can do that. I remember when I mentioned he got a couple of 20s. There was one at his old stomping ground of the Oval where he came in, nobody else had got many runs really, and smashed a quick 20 odd. I think it was all in boundaries, and got a couple of extra cover drives out of the locker. Here's Davey in again. That's a good response. And Moriarty stands there with hand on hip and probably looks back at the cordon saying, probably save that for somebody a little bit higher up the order, because it held its line angled into him. Good delivery. He's gone for a pat of the pitch, and Dom Bess, 2 spinners out there together, of course. Dom, maybe a few words of wisdom. Got a couple of first-class tons to his name. And Davey making his way in again. That one roundabout off stump and defended. So Leicestershire, well, they're going to finish here with what, 23 out of a possible 24. And Yorkshire, probably just about their most meagre return of the campaign, with a couple of points.
They got to 450 in 112 overs as well. Leicestershire, they were disappointed they didn't get that final point.
Davey in again, and that's dropped out into the offside by Moriarty. And there is no run to complete the over at 154 for 8. Just looking through my notes for the season so far, Yorkshire made 10 points in the match at Cardiff, then 3 when they got stuffed at Headingley by Hampshire. That will be the previous lowest return of the season. 13 points apiece against Sussex at Headingley. Of course, they won at Taunton and picked up 19 there. What did they get at Edgbaston? That's the one outlier. Yeah, they got 3 points there even, so this will be their most meagre return of 2026 in terms of the points column.
56th over of the innings. It's going to be Ajaz Patel to bowl, and Bess drives down the ground and doesn't get a single. He wanted it, but Moriarty didn't. Ahmed Fields at mid-on, no run. 154 for 8, still 114 runs Yorkshire trail by with 2 wickets to go. That's Patel. 2 for 16 his figures. Moves in away from us, tosses it up, cut 2 points, no run. Just looking through the 11, the last time that Leicestershire did win a game in Division 1. Some great names.
Raymond Illingworth, Jonathan Agnew.
Patel is coming in. It's a strange run-up he's just done there, Patel. He's bowling left arm round the wicket, but he started. Normally you go sort of inside to out, but he was going outside to in. So he's starting from a wide position and then sort of coming back in. I don't think I've seen that before. He bowls a straight delivery again, and that beats the infield, and he's going to run away for 4. I think Ben Green is chasing it. No, he's going to hold up just short. Green wins the race in the end and pulls it in, but that was misfielded by Nick Kelly up cover.
So the likes of Darren Maddy, Brad Hodge,
Yeah.
Sads, Yorkshire's batting coach, John Sadler.
Paul Nixon, of course.
Yeah,
Charles Dagnall, formerly of
yeah. Jeremy Snape,
this seat.
PAJ De Freitas,
As Patel bowls, defended by Bess, no run. Yeah.
Vasbert Drakes, whose son played for Yorkshire for a few matches about 3 years ago, probably. Couple of games, maybe.
And in comes Patel, and that's defended again by Bess. That is the end of the over. 2 off it. John Maunders with 100 in the first innings. I haven't got the full scorecard in front of me. Oh, well, I have for the first innings, but I haven't got the full thing. I know that Matai Moralitharan got 6 wickets in the first innings of a test match.
A test match?
So test match, first class match, sorry.
He probably has got 6 wickets in the first innings of a test match. On a few occasions, I would imagine. Josh Davey, ball back in hand. He's not getting much respite, is he, when Ajaz is getting through his overs so quickly. Probably not feeling it at the moment with the way this game is going. 14 overs, 3 for 36, Josh Davey, and he's bowling here with his eye on a 5 for maybe to finish this match off in style for the Foxes. Moriarty plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Strange part of the season, isn't it? You sort of think you get back into the rhythm of county championship, sort of start to get excited talking about the table again, and then, I mean, it's 2 months until we'll see some red ball cricket.
In comes Davey again round the wicket. Moriarty once more defending. Yeah, I mean,
Probably have a new Prime Minister.
Of these, yeah, it looks very much like it from what I've been reading this morning. Might have a new Prime Minister before this game comes to an end, and that might be in the next over. Yeah, it's a long gap, and we've all got our opinions on the way the season is played. Some more cricket in the summer, please. Although maybe at the moment the Yorkies might not be asking for that after this performance, as Moriarty, wow, that was a swash and a buckle to a delivery wide of off stump. He missed it, and it made its way through to Ben Cox, but it was well wide of off stump. Wow, he looked like he got out Excalibur there, didn't he, with the two-handed sword.
Yeah, big sort of swish at the bat to hide any embarrassment.
Would have been a painful abdominal blow if there was somebody on the other end of it. 156 for 8. Davey in and bowling, and that's wide of off stump, and Moriarty leaves. He's done alright, to be fair, here is Dan. That was just one rush of blood, but 11 off 31. He's been out there so long, he's obviously feeling like a batter. He's calling for a drink now. He's just trying to take some time out of the game now, Adam. There's only 4 hours of play remaining. 60 overs left in the day.
Yeah, so just 150 overs to see out from here on in.
Here comes Davey. And Moriarty, look at that. Textbook left-handed forward defensive push. Don Bess watching on. 51 deliveries that he's faced. He's done okay, just a couple of streaky shots, weren't there, in that little spell between 12:30 and lunch. He's on 34. But continues to look on for this final ball of the over, which is a push and a miss by Moriarty. Ben Cliff is just a jog on with a drink for Don Bess.
And Bess just has a look at his fingers there as he walks off. 1-5-6 for 8. Yorkshire trail by 112. Leicestershire need 2 wickets to get the first victory of the season and end what was a miserable run. Strange campaign for Leicestershire. They started off with defeat, but then draws at Surrey and Glamorgan made everybody think that this might be an all-right season. But those 4 defeats in a row have put them under real pressure. This victory keeps them alive in the county championship, because I suspect that with Glamorgan probably going to win, and had Yorkshire won this game, they probably would have been out. They would have almost been out of sight of everybody else in the division. Ajaz Patel is going to bowl his 13th over from the pavilion end. He's got a short leg, he's got a slip and a short cover in as Patel comes in and gets a bit of spin off that to Bess, who's 34, not out. Patel, short in stature, short and stocky build, but gets a lot of purchase on the ball. He's bowling left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Bess, who goes back and defends.
What's going to be the makeup of the celebrations then, Adam? You know, I can hear Bill McLaren on his rugby commentary, if Wales are winning, saying they'll be singing in the valleys tonight. Where will they be singing tonight?
I think they'll be singing as Patel comes in. Bowls forward comes Bess. I think they'll be singing in Ratby and Groovy and dancing in Ratby and Groovy tonight. Probably go a bit wild in Melton. Bit of cheese, bit of pork pie.
Yeah.
To celebrate the county's victory. Patel in flights this one, and Bess watches carefully and defends that into the offside. Yeah, it was one of my favourite Bob Hunt quotes. God rest his soul, Bob, when he'd say they'll be dancing on the streets of North Nibley in Gloucestershire tonight. As Patel comes in, bowls, back goes Bess and plays it out into the offside.
Yeah, and of course this could be the day when one of the great cricket jokes could be coined. When is the longest day the shortest day? When Yorkshire are batting at Grace Road.
As Patel comes in, and that doesn't bounce at all. He really launched that. Patel went for the quick delivery right at the end of the over, and he nearly got through Bess's defences. He chopped down on the ball to save himself, and it is the end of the over. It's a maiden, 2 for 18 off 13 overs from Patel. That's just, you're right, I've just noticed it's the longest day today.
Yeah, longest day, Father's Day. Great way to celebrate Father's Day when you're a Yorkshireman, this.
Yeah. It's gone so badly you probably have
Thanks for that.
Take you out to the pub.
What did I do wrong? If there is one up there. Dan Moriarty on strike, and Josh Davey making his way into bowl it now, wide of off stump and left. Leicestershire just got to keep maintaining that discipline they've talked about doing. They've been really good with that so far today. 35 minutes since that most recent wicket fell. That was after 48 overs and 2 balls. So we're 1 ball shy of 10 overs that this pair have been together. 22 runs added. As Davey turns again, makes his way in, and once again it's wide of off stump. There's not a lot of bounce about that. Moriarty more than happy to watch it go by.
Who was it who sent in the ode to Yorkshire earlier?
It was Mark Bailey,
We've got an ode
aka
to,
Yorkshire lad.
We've got a Leicestershire victory sonnet.
Yeah, go for it.
In. So wait until the end of the over. I feel like it deserves
Yeah.
the time, and I don't know whether I'll be able to do it justice. You've got a far more. I suppose I should do it, shouldn't I? You've got a much better voice for the poetic reading.
You think so?
I think so.
Davey in. Nicely played by Moriarty with a straight blade to mid-on, and there is no run.
I will read one email out that's coming from Stephen Roberts. He's reminded us he's emailed lesscricket@bbc.co.uk, so LEICS cricket, all one word, at bbc.co.uk. It's not all about Yorkshire playing badly. Leicestershire have played well this match. They showed against Essex they can bat in their second innings, and it's great that our bowlers have come to the party as well. Thank you for your kind words as well. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They have played very, very well.
Davey making his way in once again. Moriarty plays forward. Yeah, and hopefully that's not come through from me that it's all about Yorkshire playing badly, because I'm just trying to look at it from the point of view of those spectators when I say that, who will be having a pop and trying to go through that process of what is the change between this performance and some of those other ones. But I totally agree with our correspondent. You can't not. Leicestershire have played exceptionally well when you consider the position they've come into this match in as well. Davey has been a case in point, and he bowls it now, and it's wide of Moriarty's off stump. And there is, again, no run. Let's just look through, if we can, the first class record between these sides in terms of results. And Leicestershire have beaten Yorkshire by an innings. How many times do you reckon in the history of the two counties?
3 times.
Twice. Only once in a home game. 1911.
Wow.
115 years since they last had a home innings win against Yorkshire, as Moriarty pushes that back to Davey. No run. The last innings win of any kind against Yorkshire was at Park Avenue, Bradford, back in 1996. So 30 years since they last enjoyed an innings win against Yorkshire. I'm giving you. I'm setting you up here. You've got so much. You could stick these on the window for the winning moment.
There is so much to go at.
And then when next year's CMJ award goes to Adam Whitty, I'll hold half the handle. You know, one of the handles up with you.
I don't think that'll happen for a multitude of reasons. Patel to bowl from the pavilion end. I need to get to this sonnet, don't I? I'll do it. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to get the verses in either side of Patel's over. He's racing through it. I might wait until the end as he bowls a full delivery, whipped through the onside square of the wicket, and they're going to come back for 2. It's just going to be to Bess, who moves on to 36. Yeah, so that would have been 96 and 98. They won the county championship, didn't they? So that would have been on the way to a. That would have been on the way to a title triumph. It's not going to happen this time. As Patel bowls. Oh, and it beats him outside off stump. That's a beauty. Pitched on a leg off stump line and moved away. Patel has his head raised to the skies. That was so close.
When I mentioned Wilfred Rhodes, Schofield Haig, you guys took one hell of a beating. Well, Wilfred Rhodes, Schofield Haig, and George Hurst were all in that Yorkshire side, beaten by an innings in August 1911.
Patel in, back goes Bess and flicks this to short fine leg. No run. Is that a fancy car going by down there? Oh, it sounds like it. It sounds like it's choking on something. Oh no, it's not a fancy car. It's just a bit of a boy racer car. Patel in, bowls, forward comes Bess and defends. Oh dear. Something wrong with that car's constitution. 158 for 8 is the score. 110 runs the deficit. Slipping a short leg for Patel, who bowls this flatter and quicker, and it's fielded at mid-wicket. No run. It's partnership worth 24 now. Batting resolutely, these two. Patel bowls, floated up by Patel, and that's the end of the over. Shall I do the Leicestershire victory sonnet? This has come to us from Jake Armston. Thank you very much indeed for this. At Grace Road's gate the summer shadows lean, as Yorkshire come with victory, with history at their side. For many years the gap has stretched between the pride of Leeds and Leicester's patient pride. Since '96, when Foxes wore the crown and swept aside all rivals in their way, no homeward cheer against White Rose renown has echoed quite so loud as might today. For 20 summers more, and then some still, the top flight kept its victories from their hands. Since 2003, no triumph bent the will of those who said they could not join these lands. Yet now the chance stands waiting in the sun to end 2 droughts at once with just 1 win. With 1 whole day still waiting, unused and clear, the Foxes claimed the prize on day the 3rd. A victory savoured all the sweeter here, as Grace Road roared with every wicket heard.
Magnificent.
Wonderful, Jake.
Here's Rehan Ahmed into the attack then at the Bennett end of the ground, bowling to Moriarty, who drops that ball out into the offside first up, and there is no run.
Did I do that justice?
I think you did that justice.
A bit like listening to John Cooper Clarke or whatever it was, presumably.
It was a cross between, I think, Burton and Olivier. As Moriarty's pushes that into the offside, and there is again no run. I can go back to 1911 for you just to add a bit more meat on the bones of that performance here. Was it the same ground back then? It says Ayleston Road. Is that just?
Well, this is on Ayleston Road, that big main road down below you.
Well, I get that is the case, but was it called Aylestone Road then?
It might have been the Electric Ground, actually, which is also on Ayleston Road.
Okay, there was a dot there and another one here. So in that match, Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bat first. Similarities drawn with this. Wilfred Rhodes out on the batting, made a duck. George Hurst 17, Schofield Hague later on made 26. Bill Shipman, I think I'm right in saying was his name, took 7 for 73 in the first innings as Moriarty pats another one back. Leicestershire made 220 in their only innings, and then Yorkshire were rolled for 47 in their second innings of that match. As Moriarty is the subject of an appeal here. It sounded like there might have been a bit of bat involved from this distance.
So it was at the Electric Ground, by the way. Ayleston Road, otherwise known as the Electric Ground. Yes, forgive me, I had a bit of a brain fade then. I've always known it as the Electric Ground, but it was Ayleston Road.
That was the end of the over. Dot ball with that last one then, 158 for 8. And then, so Bill Shipman took the wickets in the first innings, and then the second innings hero looks like he went by the name of John King, who played here from 1895 to 1925, and in 1911, middle of that lengthy career, he took 8 for 17 off 9.5 overs in the Yorkshire second innings, rolled up for 47, and Leicestershire ran out winners for the only previous time in first-class history in Leicester, or Leicestershire, by an innings and 20 runs.
So they have never won by an innings on this ground then against Yorkshire. Nope. Patel bowls the second delivery of his over, and he's crunched for 4 through extra cover by Bess. 2 full from Patel, and Bess drives very nicely indeed, and it races away for 4. Got right to the pitch of that, did Bess. Big stride from his left boot. I presume the 96 team would have been full of all of the famous names as Patel comes in. Oh, and squares him up. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, but there is nothing doing from the umpire. went to Rishi Patel, it slips and must have been going down the leg side, I think. That would have been Simmons and Nixon and all of those big names playing in 96, I think, wouldn't it? As Patel comes in. Oh, and beats him just outside of stump. And even Dom Bess can't believe that's missed the stumps. He went down on one knee after that as he tried to play forward to it. That has missed by a lick of paint. Dom Bess is off stump. Oh, came forward to it. And here comes Patel. His follow-up is tossed up and glanced off the pads by Bess. Patel moves away from us. Down the pitch comes Bess and defends. Whittaker, that's the name I was thinking of. Whittaker and Wells and Simmons. Mullally. End of the over. 62 overs, forgive me, have been bowled. Bess is on 40, on 62 for 8.
Yeah, well, they've survived an hour, Yorkshire, since the lunch break.
Oh yeah, here you go. June the 24th, 1996. So Leicestershire 681 for 7. So double hundreds for Whittaker and Wells, and Simmons got 69. And then Yorkshire 342. Parsons 4 for 83. And then 188. Parsons 3 for 40. An innings and 151 runs.
So, leg slip, orthodox slip, silly mid off, and Rehan Ahmed bowling to Moriarty, who plays that one down to backward point.
That was the googly.
It's getting dark. I don't want to worry Leicestershire fans, but very, very dark at the moment. Threat of some seriously heavy rain as that's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. Now it is actually, there is a dark cloud bang over the top of the ground, but not even the floodlights on at this moment in time with the spinners out there. Blue sky in various parts around as Moriarty tries to turn that off his legs and doesn't entirely succeed in doing so. Ahmed in again, wide of off stump, fired in quickly. Moriarty down on one knee as the ball went by.
Feel like something's coming, doesn't it? You feel like something's coming. There's been a few near misses now.
Here he is again, Moriarty defending. To be fair to Dan again, he's played 50 balls now since he went out there for his 11. Dom Bess has batted for 69 for his 40. Ahmed's in again. Ooh, Moriarty went back foot to try and play a cut shot and then ended up changing really and playing a defensive shot, which was a good idea. Overseen off, 162 for 8. So 2 wickets have fallen since lunch. George Hill, the very first ball of the afternoon session, LBW to Ajaz Patel for 20. 38 deliveries and 2 minutes short of an hour he batted. So he gave it a go. Hassan Ali, not really sure he did in the same manner. 15 balls for 7 and a big mo that went sky high. Was caught by Nick Kelly off Ben Green.
As Ajaz Patel is going to bowl a new over, edged and gone. Rishi Patel takes the catch and a very valiant 40 from Dom Bess ends. Flighted by Patel, got a bit of zip off the pitch. Bess went back, tried to carve it away on the offside and nicked off. There's 1 wicket to go for Leicestershire and a partnership of 28 has finally been broken after a long, long time. That was nearly 90 balls they lasted, that pair. good take from Patel. 1-6-2 for 9, Yorkshire. Leicestershire need 1 wicket to win, and Yorkshire is still 106 runs from making Leicestershire bat again.
Yeah, as you say, he put his back into it, Dom. He hung around for a while. He'll still be disappointed that he didn't get more than that, I'm sure, but he's put 40 on the board. He's chewed up 70 deliveries, but it's a hopeless task, and it is almost a complete task for the Foxes, who still have 106 runs to play with to pick up this final wicket and hammer the final nail into Yorkshire's coffin as far as this match is concerned. Jack White crosses the rope and makes his way on for Yorkshire's last stand.
So close now, and just that patience, you could feel it building from Leicestershire. They were getting pokes and prods. You were getting the sense that the patience was wearing thin. It was a very good effort from the 9th wicket pair, but in the end they have fallen, and Leicestershire so close now to what would be a famous victory. Got all the famous stats lined up, the historic stats ready for the big moment.
Do you want to go do a pre-record and then we can just play it in at the moment of the wickets taken?
I sadly can't do pre-recorded segments well enough. I'd stutter and slur my way through it like I do everything else. There's no point. I'm famous among my colleagues if we do like podcast pre-recorded links for it taking about 8 goes, despite supposedly being a professional broadcaster. Right, White is the new man. Patel is going to bowl left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Comes in and bowls and beats him outside his off stump first up. Bit of spin into the footholes there. And he survives. But this is the last wicket pair. In comes Patel, and there's a thick outside edge. It races down towards the 3rd man boundary. It's going to be fielded though by Alex Green, who lobs it in with his right hand.
Could be on by 7.
Yeah. An hour and a half back, is it?
Well, it usually takes more. It'll be this time of day as well on a Sunday. There'll be a bit more traffic around on this.
True.
Probably going on for 2 hours.
I've
got to go back to the hotel and check out though, because I obviously did the right thing this morning and didn't check out.
Don't fancy enjoying another night in the mighty Leicester? You go and visit the Richard III Museum tomorrow. Patel bowls. Forward comes Patel, and there's no run.
Well, I'm going to see him on Tuesday night in Stafford.
Are you?
I am. I'm going to see Richard III on Tuesday night.
Oh, are
Stafford.
you?
Yeah. You see.
Well, don't you want the real
And you
life
inspired me after you read the sonnet there.
Yeah. As Patel comes in, bowls, and forward comes Moriarty and defends. Is there anyone famous playing?
No.
Richard?
Well, not unless I don't know my acting that well.
As Patel waits as Moriarty just takes his guard because he's going to come round the wicket. It's Patel. And there's a short leg in. And Patel is in. And Moriarty goes for a big heave, and he's got all of that. And that is going to be a 2, 3, 4, 5 bounce for over to Cow Corner. That was a big heave from Moriarty, but risk-free really. There's nobody out there. So 1, 6, 7 for 9. Moriarty onto 15.
And I can hear the Yorkshire's supporters, if anybody's left, on the back of that comment. You know, now is the summer of our discontent. Made inglorious.
Yeah, I was always very lucky because I grew up near Stratford, so you go and see some of the. I don't know any Shakespeare. I was always incredibly confused by the whole thing. But my mum went to go and see Kenneth Branagh the other week in The Tempest.
Yeah, I saw that was advertised. Yeah. So 1 wicket to take. I'll leave it with you.
So 1 wicket then for Leicestershire to get a famous innings victory. Silly point in place. A slip, a leg slip, as Rahan Ahmed bowls to White. There's the edge, and it falls just short of slip. Patel diving to his left. We haven't seen many edges carry in the whole of the game. Soft hands from White, I'll give him the credit. It was the googly first up. And they've brought Patel into first slip now, swapping him with actually his namesake. Beautiful leg spinner by Ahmed next up, which beats the bat. I was going to say they swapped Patel for Patel, which isn't particularly helpful. They've swapped R Patel for A Patel. Ahmed past the umpire, moving in towards us. Bowls defended out to cover. There is no run. So difficult as a number 11 now. What do you do? Utterly hopeless and thankless task from here on in. Just apart from just frustrating the opposition. Oh, and there's a beautiful googly. That beats him again. Just dangled the bat White and went past his outside edge. It's lovely bowling from Ahmed. 0 for 9 in his 6th over.
I think it's pretty clear what you do. You look at the board, 52.2 overs to go. You think, okay, if we're still here tonight, we'll be about 250 on.
Yeah. Lead 150 at that point, as that's left alone. Wise leave from White. Lead 150 could make a game of it. As Ahmed comes in, bowls, fuller delivery, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket only from Cox though, and the ball dribbles away down the leg side. Rishi Patel races after it, and they'll come back for 2 leg byes. And this is the difference, I suppose. It was very similar situation to what happened with Leicestershire last week, where Essex got a big first innings total. Leicestershire got skittled, but then the second innings, Leicestershire following on, put some real grit and heart into it, and you saw a 7-hour century from Lewis Hill, and that made Leicestershire supporters, Leicestershire themselves, feel a lot better about their performance. They probably lost the game when they got skittled for 180 odd, but there was still that sense they had fought very hard, and I suppose that'll be the frustrating thing for Yorkshire fans. You can't criticise their effort, but it's just been the fact that they haven't been able to stick in today and make a real game of it, because Leicestershire set 180 to Essex in the end, which was a breeze for them. But Patel bowls, back goes Moriarty and misses it. Cox takes it behind the stumps. But you know, we finished at 5 o'clock on Monday, as opposed to what could have been, and what looks like it's going to be 3 o'clock on the Sunday last week. There's the big sweep from Moriarty, and he's got 4 for that. There's nobody out on the boundary on the leg side. You wouldn't think there needs to be. The deficit now well under 100. They're 95 runs behind, making Leicestershire bat again.
Yep, there's a few hardy souls who are in the ground who'll remember this day for a long time, I should imagine.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, you know, if you're a casual Leicestershire fan, this is a result that'll sit up and make you take notice. Beating Yorkshire in Division 1. They're the biggest of big boys in the division, really, aren't they, in terms of prestige? As Patel bowls wide outside the off stump, and Moriarty nearly fell over himself then trying to cut it. Probably best that he didn't get anywhere near it. Patel it is. Left arm over the wicket, and that's left by Moriarty. He nearly dangled the bat at that, but decided to leave it. No run. They're bringing mid-wicket in. Guess to try and get... No, they're sending him back out again. Joey Everson ran in up to the infield, but he's been sent back, and they're bringing an orthodox Nick Kelly in from leg slip to mid-wicket. As Patel moves away from us, bowling from the pavilion end, pulls this short, and this is dragged along the floor to Everson, out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, not sure it was along the floor. It went in the air for quite a long way. That's what I was laughing at, really, because it was set up, the trap was set, and he still took it on, just didn't time it that well, actually.
So it's going to be White to bowl, to face one ball, the final ball of the over. Patel, 21 on his back, bowls, and again he launches that in, but I think White saw that coming, defends and drives at it. And that's the end of the over. This last wicket pair, frustrating Leicestershire somewhat. 12-run partnership, all of those coming in Moriarty fours, I think.
I'm just getting the sense, Adam, that Yorkshire fancy this now. I think only 94 behind, and still got all of this 1 wicket left.
Is Dan Moriarty going to be the Ben Stokes Headingley 2019 of
or Jack White, the Jack Leach?
Yeah. Ahmed comes in, drags this down, and that is pulled for 4 behind square on the leg side. Moriarty's going for this. That was a poor ball by Ahmed. He dragged that down, and any batter worth his salt is going to dispatch that, and Moriarty did, right into the advertising hoardings in front of the meet.
He's in danger of being Yorkshire's top scorer here. He's only got 17 to get on top of what he's already got. He'll be out front.
Just need to refocus a bit, perhaps, Leicestershire here. So it's a matter of time, but Ahmed in, tosses this one up. It's a full toss, driven straight at Gums at silly point, and Ahmed dragged one down and then overpitched the next one as he bowls to Moriarty, who is 24 not out of 61 deliveries. Got 50 overs left in the day after this. Patel bowls, forward comes Moriarty, and Best the top scorer with 40, Wharton 33, Hill 20, Revis 18. Those are the only 4 to get into double figures. Back goes Moriarty, nearly chops on, but goes straight into the ground, no run. Yeah,
there's giving yourself room outside off off stump, and giving yourself room outside off stump. Reaching for that.
Moonwalked all the way back nearly off the crease there, Moriarty. Here's Ahmed, big slog sweep, misses it. And Cox takes behind the stumps. There's a big grey cloud that's moving just above us at the moment, but it doesn't look like it is dropping its load, holding it in for Leicestershire and for history. If you've got any more thoughts, by the way, we'd love to hear them on the email, lesscricket@bbc.co.uk, LEICS. As forward comes Ahmed, defends. That's the end of the 67th over. And this last wicket stands, still going. Moriarty 24, White is on 1.
And, I could have sworn I just heard Johnny Bairstow from the balcony shout, a 300 partnership, a 300 partnership. My kingdom for a 300 partnership.
I didn't realise he was so dramatic, Johnny Bairstow. So performative.
Got it all.
I've got everybody round the bat now. 2 slips, a leg slip, short leg. As Patel moves in to bowl, gets a bit of spin on that. Doesn't look like Jack White's got a bat sponsor.
But I think the offers there's too many of them, so he decided, to be fair to everybody, he's not going to bother with that.
Yeah. This is a big hit by White down the ground. He's got 4 runs for it. 3 bounces. 2 full from Patel.
That'll be another offer.
Yeah.
coming in tonight.
Yeah. It's was it like a union thing or something? He doesn't want to give. Wants to be fair to all labourers.
He's hard to get, to know somebody that well in a season and a half, but he's a very laid-back character, so he'd probably just be like, whatever, if we don't get a bat sponsor.
Patel bowls, forward comes White.
He knows what his job is and he does it well.
It's a lovely shot down the ground he played a few moments ago. Patel bowls, and there's the appeal for leg before wicket. The umpire says no. Decides not to do that thing. I'm sure it's apocryphal, but you do hear stories of last wicket stands and moments like this of if it hits the pads, I'm giving it out.
Yeah, yeah, definitely do. He's obviously not got his Father's Day dinner booked yet.
Patel bowls and left nicely by White there. What's that? Just go past and took a step back. Another dot. 182 for 9. Patel in. That's heaved over the leg side by White. He's going to get 4 through mid wicket. Some big hitting towards the end, and that means that Yorkshire have taken over the first innings total with this 24-run partnership that I think, forgive me if I'm wrong here, is all coming boundaries. Oh no, it can't have done because White's on 9, forgive me.
Yep, but they managed to overhaul that first innings score, which is nothing to shout about, is it really? Unfortunately, from their point of view, it's a match to forget. And after this, I'm sure they'll be delighted that they've got to switch back to T20 mode for this coming Friday. And a trip that right this moment in time, I'm sure they're all relishing to play Hampshire away from home.
As Ahmed to continue from the Bennett end, bowls, and Moriarty plays in an inelegant manner there, just pressing forward at it, bat away from the body, gets a thick inside edge and it rolls away behind square on the leg side and he gets a single. Quite a few close games on. Glamorgan Surrey looks like a good game. Sussex Hampshire is a really interesting game. Sussex need 150 with 7 wickets remaining. Ahmed in, bowls, that was the googly, and it was well read by White. And Essex, sorry, I mentioned Glamorgan Surrey, didn't I? Surrey 246 for 4, so they're about to go level in terms of the scores late on day 3 at Sophia Gardens. There's another googly from Ahmed, which is pushed at by White. Surrey 246 for 4, having been bowled out for 105. 4 wickets down, that's not too bad. Ahmed bowls, left by White, and you heard the anguished screams from the Leicestershire players as he bowls a lovely leg spinner into the rough outside off stump, and it nearly cannons back onto the stumps. Ahmed bowling round the wicket, bowls as appeal for leg before wicket. The umpire is unmoved. Ahmed zipping through this over. He's got 1 ball left. I feel like you told me to do the overs too prematurely. Ahmed bowls, forward comes White.
Yep. I'm sorry, but as bad as it is for the vocal cords for you, you can't miss this moment, can you?
No.
I'm not doing. If I do it, it's just not going to have the same feel. Excuse me, when you play it, but you wouldn't want to play it on your station if I do it, would you?
Well, I'm not too much of an egotist. I'd be fine with having you on it, but I certainly understand the point. Or perhaps I am that much of an egotist. 187 for 9 at the end of the over. 69 overs bowled. And how long has this partnership been going on for now?
20 minutes. And 5 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah. Patel is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Everybody waiting for this moment of history. And for Leicestershire's first win of the season. Patel bowls. Back goes Moriarty and cuts beautifully. And that's going to run away up the hill for 4 runs to backward point. And Moriarty 29 now. What's his best score ever, Moriarty?
You'd be surprised to know that he's one of those players, because he's not in there that often, that I wouldn't have it at the forefront of my mind, but it is
29.
Yeah,
Oh, he's level with it.
I'm going to say I think that might have been the knock at Surrey.
So he waits. Patel in, down the pitch he comes and hits lofted high in the air, and it's going down the ground for 4 runs. That was a glorious shot from Moriarty, who's got a career best in first class cricket with that 4. And he's played some sublime shots. And he's close to being the top scorer now, he just needs 8 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's been out there for what, an hour and 12 minutes now. 68 deliveries. He's having a go. Full credit to him.
Just makes the score look a little less painful as he presses forward at this. Moriarty, a full delivery from Ajaz Patel. And Davy Fields. Alex Green, in fact, Fields out there on the 3rd man boundary. 196 for 9. Partnership up to 34. Be back here next week for Leicestershire against Lancashire in a big game in the T20 Blast. Lancashire all over the place at the moment. They've lost today in the county championship, and they're struggling in the Blast. Patel in, back goes White, and drives back at Patel. I wonder if they might change the method of attack and bring some of their pace bowlers on. Patel bowls, back goes White and punches this to cover. There's a sprawling dive from Lewis Hill, who gets up like a man who would like to retire very soon indeed. Dived into the old pitches, and he's got a mucky top now as a result of it. Just 10 runs for him in this game. There's a big shot from Moriarty, and that has raced to the boundary for 4. Straight as a dart, that down the ground, and it was White who hit that. Apologies. That's the second one he's launched down the ground, isn't it? White onto 13 now. The 200 up for Yorkshire. And this partnership up to 38. Very frustrating end to the game for Leicestershire.
Well, it shouldn't be. I mean, you know, these days most players are pretty competent with the bat all the way down to 11. I know Jack, I think, has opened the batting in grade cricket in his time in Australia at points in the past. So you're not going to do that if you are a bunny by the old-fashioned definition.
And they are going back to pace. I'm not surprised at this. It's going to be Alex Green bowling from the Bennett end. As that big grey cloud moves across, and so we are now into some mid-afternoon sunshine. Listening to BBC Leicester, BBC Leeds, I think Sports Extra 3 still with us, as we wait for history, as Leicestershire aim for their first win of the season, their first win at home against Yorkshire since 2002. As Green comes in, back goes Moriarty to a short ball. Alex Green, that is, bowling right arm round the wicket. And Leicestershire, who haven't won a Division 1 game since September 2003. Such a historic moment. We've had a sonnet sent in. We've had 2 poems sent in today. If you want to share any more of your artistry with us. Green in, bowls. Pleasant late cut. That's a lovely shot from Moriarty. That is running away to the third man boundary for 4 more. Moriarty looks well and truly in at the moment. They've just not got their lines and lengths right. It's a very casual shot. Barely moved his feet at all. Just flicked his wrists at it and dabbed it down for 4 runs. 204.49. Happy Father's Day to everybody. Well, I sort of hope you're not spending it listening to us. Here comes Green, comes in, bowls, whipped away on the leg side. That's going to be 4 as well. Gorgeous shot from Moriarty, who's playing sensational cricket at the moment. Green bowling it on a good length, and he just backed away and crashed him for 4 through mid-wicket. And this has gone from being a fun novelty to an intense annoyance for Leicestershire. It's 208 for 9 now, Yorkshire. It's a 60-run deficit for the Tykes. So it's just the 60 more to make Leicestershire bat again. I suspect those Leicestershire players would quite like to be sat at home very shortly, back having a celebratory beer. We'll hopefully speak to Alfonso Thomas, probably Ben Green as well, after the game, the Foxes head coach and captain, respectively. But here's Alex Green running in towards us from the Bennett end, and there's that attempted late cut again by Moriarty. This time he misses it. That'll be on the Talking Foxes podcast. We'll do a review on Monday, me and Jack Rafferty, where we will talk about this game and the upcoming T20s for the Foxes. But you'll hear those interviews from Green and Thomas. You'll be able to see them on our X page as well, all the best bits, the best clips. Green steams in and bowls, and that is a mighty blow from Moriarty that's gone over towards Cow Corner. You would have been able to hear on our effects microphone how well he hit that. That was right out of the middle of the bat. Pull shot, forward of square. It's like a baseball shot, that. And he's raced to 46.
Yeah, cracking shot. Absolute beauty. Another comment, I suppose, on the pace of the pitch, because as we know, Alex Green is not slow, but he's got that away through straight mid-wicket. I haven't seen the bowler bang it in. Dan Moriarty looking up to the heavens. But really good effort from him. 46 off 74 deliveries. Top scorer for his team, going in at 10.
And a career best. Green in. Bowls, that's a beauty. And that's a good response. And that spat up off the pitch. And you saw Moriarty there sort of put his hands out to his side as if to say, what am I supposed to do about that? Well, he didn't move his feet at all and poked at it outside off stump. And then I don't know why he was putting his arms out like that. I don't know, he just didn't see it, probably, is what he was trying to say.
Yeah, maybe. He's just giving Jack White a few words of wisdom out there. Right, come on, just 46 overs to see off. Only 56 behind now. Let's make them bat again. Something like that.
Well, it's doable. Unlikely, but was 50 partnership. Looking with a left-handed White to face as Patel comes into him, and inside edge, thick one. Ball rolls out to mid-wicket. There is no run. 50 partnership of 46 balls. And Patel's figures 3 for 55 off 19. as he tosses this up. I'm just going to have a look, because there was a point where Patel's figures were about 12 overs, 3 for 5. And now they're 3 for 55. As Patel goes in, bowls down the leg side, and there's 4 byes.
His first 6 overs, 5 of them were maidens, weren't they? And he only gone for just 1 run in the first 6 overs he bowled.
But then he's been smacked around a bit. Last over went for 13. And there's 4 byes. That was 2 straight from Patel. You can I just saw Ben Green down there, who's sort of halfway to the boundary at long on, get frustrated because the team have lost their discipline a bit as Patel bowls outside off stump. White misses. Last 2 overs have gone for 25 runs. And they're having to put fielders out in the deep now to try and stop number 10 and 11. Whacking them all over the place. It's put 2 men on the boundary out on the leg side. Got a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. Long off, long on, half the way to the boundary. As Patel comes in, there's the reverse sweep to White, who manages to hit it all of, I'd say, 6 inches, that one.
Spun around, didn't it, on the deck?
Yeah, it's like one of those Beyblades, that's what it looked like. There's a reference I didn't think I'd mention. Here's Patel. Forward comes White and defends out into the offside. That's the end of the over. Just the 4 byes off it in the end. The score 216 for 9. White 13, Moriarty 46. We are still waiting for Leicestershire to get a famous victory.
Yeah, and I'll say this now, while Yorkshire are getting thrashed, because the number of times when Yorkshire are we're fielding and they don't get the last 2-3 wickets for nothing, the number of moans you get that they can't finish off the tail. And at that point, I always say, lots of other teams in the division can't finish off the tail as well. Just look round the ground. Batters can play right down to 11. And here's a case in point. 134 for 8, 216 for 9. It's not just Yorkshire.
Alex Green has a false start to his run-up, but I think there's a bit of movement around the field. That's why it wasn't him or the batter moving away. 1 slip. There's a gully for Alex Green. He didn't quite find his length last time, and he comes in, bowls short, and there's an attempted uppercut. He misses the bat. There is no run.
He's going through the full repertoire. Here's Dan Moriarty. Tried to ramp it over the top of the keeper and slips. There is a man down here to our left, Nick Kelly, who's at 3rd man.
Look at that, Jonathan. The sun's come out. I'm getting my prescription sunglasses for, I think, hopefully the end of the game. It's got bright all of a sudden. The sun's poking out of the clouds. It's got a lot brighter all of a sudden. There's a big grey cloud that has occupied the skies for the last half hour or so. 216 for 9. Yorkshire trailed by 52 in their second innings. Green past the umpire, bowls a full toss down the leg side, and that is a superb take by Ben Cox, diving to his right hand side to stop the byes. Well, it's just blue sky now, so we're set for a lovely afternoon. Perfect for sitting out in the garden. Hopefully he can make it back to Yorkshire to enjoy the last bits of it. In comes Green. Charging in, bowls. That's a gorgeous cut. Now that might run away for 4. No, it's well stopped in the end by Everson out on the cover boundary. And I think they've only managed a single there, haven't they? Or did they come back for 2 in the end? No, it was just a single. Moriarty onto 47 and is 3 runs short of a maiden first-class 50.
Yeah, which I think the way he's played, it would not be undeserving.
Helmet off for Moriarty, 50.
Well, it'd be an interesting celebration, actually.
I think it's worthy of it. If you play How many first-class games has he played? 25. That's not too many, actually. He might be... might be worthy of a helmet off. It'll ultimately be in a losing cause, but he has batted valiantly. White it is who waits 13 not out, and he drives at this. He's going to get 4 runs through cover point. 2 full from Green, and Leicestershire's discipline has just dropped a bit here. They're not getting their lines and lengths right. Green has either been too full or too short, and he's certainly been too wide, and that allows White to drive through the covers. Pitch doesn't look too bad at the moment.
No. Ball obviously being pretty soft, 72.4 overs old. That may not be helping from a bowling point of view.
White just moves away from the stumps. It is 20 past 3 now, so another... Well, we'll have the extra half hour probably, won't we, with 9 wickets down. Green comes in, edged for... And there is the gully there, who dived for it, but it was wide of them and too high. Might have gone to a probably 5th slip, I reckon. But things going Yorkshire's way at the moment. White moves on to 21. And if you were just drifting off, imagine a Leicestershire fan sat on the sofa watching this and suddenly got excited at my voice raising. Sadly, not to be. That suggests I'm boring, doesn't it?
Previous highest partnership was 31 in this Yorkshire second innings, 63 this one.
Green in, bowls. That's a much better bounce, actually. It forces White to move away out of the way of it. So that is the end of the over. 9 off it. Green's figures 2 for 61. He's going at about 7 and over at the moment. So the score 22549. 43 that deficit. We're close to forcing Leicestershire to bat again, and you can see now there, Jonathan, Leicestershire just having a bit of a meeting. Green, Cox and Patel having a meeting in the middle there, probably just going, come on now, we actually need to stop this is getting a bit silly. And that's not a disrespect to White and Moriarty, who've batted wonderfully for their team, but these two have put on 63, and they would have been hoping Leicestershire would have been back in the changing room singing their victory song probably about half an hour ago. Not to be. Patel to continue. This is 21st over, bowling from the pavilion end. He's bowling left arm round the wicket to the left hand of Moriarty, who's 1 shot away from a 50. The appeal for leg before wicket. The umpire says no. Came right down the pitch, that front leg.
Yeah, when George Hill got out first ball of the afternoon session, 1:41 p.m. Could have been on the M1 by now.
Oh, he spun a lot from Patel. He could have been on the air. I thought you would be.
Could have been a fair way up it.
Patel back goes Moriarty and defends. That was a quicker ball from a New Zealand bowler, famous of course for taking 10 wickets in an innings. Just needs 1 now to get his 4th of the game. Patel up to the wicket. There's a appeal for leg before wicket again. That's a lot closer, but again no, says the umpire.
Moriarty falling over after playing it.
Just watch the replay again on that. Patel comes in, tosses this one up. He's getting it to spin a lot, and that's why the umpire is going to be reticent to raise his finger. So it looks like it's going down the leg side, but he is finally finding some spin, and he misses that one. Moriarty's full of character, isn't he, when he's batting? He misses that attempted cut shot, and he falls down to 1 knee in despair.
Yeah.
Close to his 50.
Expressive.
Patel tosses this one up. There's a sweep that hits short leg. Sheridan Gums is fielding there. He doesn't seem too hurt by it. And there is no run. Yeah, we'll have the extra half hour, so we'll have a late tea, won't we, with 9 wickets down. I think everyone bar Moriarty and White probably the Yorkshire dressing room will be unhappy if we're still here at 4:10. So change in the field going on here. Everyone's just sort of stood around. I don't know what we're waiting for. Oh, Patel. It's Patel trying to move fielders around. So short leg is going to move out. So I think they think a big shot's coming, or he's going to bowl, probably a straighter delivery. Sheridan Gums moving into the infield. He's going to go to square leg. No, he's not. This is all a bit crazy. Gums now moving to mid-wicket. There's 2 mid-wickets. One's closer. Nick Kelly in. A bit straighter too. Down the pitch comes Moriarty. Hits high in the air and it's over the head of green and it's 4. And Dan Moriarty has got his maiden first-class 50 off 84 balls. He's hit 11 fours in it, and it's been a really good knock. And what was that celebration? He was holding the bat at a sort of little angle then.
I think he was pointing to the maker or something like that. Not quite sure really, or pointing to the batters and saying, this is how you do it. And he'd be well within his rights to do that, wouldn't he?
Career best, maiden first class 50, yep. Top scorer of the innings.
Yeah, as I said, largely his first class games have been infrequent. He did have a spell under Otis Gibson where he was the preferred spinner and therefore obviously played more. And you'd have to say a lot of his innings have been like tail-enders innings are really, not lasting that long. But I did mention they'd had a couple of thrashes for 20, and certainly that one at Surrey always sticks out in the mind. He did play a few nice shots within it, but we've not seen this from him before, so well played.
2-2-9 for 9 the score. Yorkshire, they still trail, but it's 39 runs now, and this partnership up to 67. You're right, when George Hill went, but certainly when Don Bess went, it felt like it was a matter of time. But here's Alex Green to bowl. He's bowled him. That is the end of the game, and Leicestershire have won by an innings and 39 runs. And for the first time since 2003, Leicestershire have won a game in Division 1. The Leicestershire La 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 chants ring out across Grace Road. It's been 8,320 days since the Foxes tasted victory in the top tier of English cricket. They have had to wait 8 run and are on the board in the county championship and are still alive in their fight against relegation. 2-2-9 all out Yorkshire, who weren't at the races for really all of the 2.5 days of cricket that we've had here at Grace Road. But that is a marvellous win for the Foxes, who bowled well as a unit in both innings and who batted superbly, particularly Ahmed and Kelly, who showed their international class. It's a famous win for Leicestershire. They have walloped Yorkshire here, one of the big boys, if not the biggest boy of English cricket. Their first ever innings victory against the Tykes on this ground too. A very happy few days for Leicestershire, less so for Yorkshire, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's been a really cracking few days for Leicestershire, who've dominated this game from the off. The only thing they didn't win was the toss, wasn't it? Yeah, Yorkshire did that. Johnny Bairstow decided he wanted to see his team bat first, and they just did not come up with the goods first time around. 185 all out. Leicestershire, well, lost an early wicket, but then took control with that partnership of just shy of a century. And from that point on, have dominated the game towards the back end of day 1 in particular, when they started to get towards that Yorkshire total. Day 2, very good day for Leicestershire once again. And then day 3, if there was ever going to be a wobble when you're down the bottom of the table and you're not that sure you're going to see things through because you're not that used to doing it, it could have been today. But no, they've been really, really good on day 3 as well. Picked up that early wicket of Sam Whiteman, and then, if not quite a procession in the end because of that last couple of partnerships holding things up a little bit, they've continued to take wickets at pretty regular intervals, haven't they? And plenty of time to do that. And Yorkshire are going to have plenty of time to go away and think about this, because the next match for both these teams in Championship cricket will be against each other at Scarborough in August. It's a long wait. We've got some T20 cricket, some 50-over cricket in between times, but absolutely full congratulations to the Foxes. They've totally deserved this. You cannot argue with a defeat by an innings and 39 runs.
Yeah. Top scorer Moriarty there, he was 51 not out. White the final wicket to go to Alex Green, and it was an all-round bowling unit there. Alex Green with 3 wickets, Patel with 3 wickets. Those Alex Green wickets of Bairstow and Revis was the moment where we realised it was going to be over today. That was a special moment. Davey too kicked things off, demolishing the lower order. 3 for 36 for him. Ben Green 1 for 41, Alex Green 3 for 61, and Patel 3 for 59. All in all, a wonderful day's cricket and a wonderful weekend's cricket for Leicestershire.
I suppose, in terms of looking at the future, and because it is a gap and because there will certainly be changes in the Yorkshire side, I'm not quite sure how Leicestershire will shape up team-wise by late August, but the challenge for both these teams now is how can Leicestershire back this up with a good performance against Yorkshire at Scarborough. That'll be their challenge. And can Yorkshire bounce back? They've shown this year that they can do that after a poor performance. Got absolutely annihilated at Edgbaston, having won the week before, and then came back to win the week after against Surrey. So will they be able to come back with a strong performance? Will Leicestershire be able to back up a strong performance?
So this game, the first to finish in Division 1, Yorkshire are up briefly to 6th with 2 points, but they will be overtaken by, I suspect, both Surrey and Glamorgan, even though those two are playing each other. Well, in fact, they definitely will be. And Leicestershire off the bottom of the table with their first victory. They're on to 72 points, and they will hope that Sussex can do them a favour and win, so that they stay off the bottom of Division 1. Well, a great weekend. Thank you very much indeed for your comeback. A great weekend for Leicestershire supporters, I should say. But I've very much enjoyed the company of Jonathan and Jamie, Nikesh too, and Johnny Tattersall this morning. Thank you very much indeed for watching the stream over the past 3 days. As we say, it's going to be 2 months now until we bring you County Championship cricket, which is a bit of a shame, but we will be back for that game against Glamorgan in 2 months. But and then I'm really looking forward to that trip to Scarborough. But we will be back on Friday night for Leicestershire against Lancashire in the T20 Blast, and you'll be down at Hampshire on Friday night for Yorkshire there on BBC Radio Leeds. But from all of us, thank you very much indeed for listening. If you want to hear reaction to this, the Talking Foxes podcast, the place to go for all of your Leicestershire interviews. You'll hear from Alfonso Thomas and Ben Green. Thank you from me and from Jonathan. Enjoy the rest of your Father's Day, the longest day, and the rest of your weekend. Goodbye.